round of introduction before we get the opening remarks from the hosts and the team around. So we'll have one microphone that will move around. You introduce yourself and the institution you work for or organization. And then I think that will be fine. So if you have some small remark that you want to say, you can also say that very briefly. So we can start from the far end, I think.
Good morning. My name is Kayumba Theogene. I work for the National Council for Science and Technology as the data mining analyst. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diana Umurisa, and I work at the National Council for Science and Technology as the advisor to Executive Secretary.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marie Chantal Tunyana. I work at the National Council for Science and Technology as foresight analyst.
Good morning. My name is Samantha. I work as a researcher at Sand Technologies.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. I'm Daniel Mirimo. I'm from the private sector. I work in the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rosalie Devois. I'm in charge of the research in the Ministry of Education in the State Department for Education and Research. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kimani, CEO TechSFAD, based in Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexis Musavilema. I am a young entrepreneur funded by NCST. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm called Johnson Mweze. I work with a regional NGO called the PERAM, Participatory Ecological Management, Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, here in Rwanda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ibrahim Rwanda. I work for the Mascari Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Ayo Jebodi. I work with the MasterCard Foundation.
Good morning. I'm Rando Diensekanao. I represent Agrimax Access Company.
Good morning. My name is Janvier Nwefra. I work in education sector in Rwanda.
Okay, morning. I am Mondosan, National Coordinator of ATPS Ethiopia.
The norm is changing. We have to stand up. My name is Ayuji Mutimura, Executive Secretary, Rwanda National Council for Science and Technology.
Good morning. My name is Anselme Rudasingwa. I work at local government.
Good morning. My name is Okonzi John. I am the National ATPS National Chapter Coordinator for Uganda. I also work as the Director of ICT in a university called Chambogo in Uganda.
Yes, we should stand. I am Nicholas Ozo, the Executive Director of ATPS, African Technology Policy Studies Network, based in Nairobi, Kenya. You are all welcome.
Morning. I'm Luis Wamana from National Council for Science and Technology. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Sano Ansel, working for National Council for Science and Technology.
Morning. My name is Esperance Munganinga from National Council for Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dan from the New Times.
Morning. I'm also from the New Times.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, don't know whether we've left anyone out. My name is Alfred Nyambane. I work with the African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS, as a program manager. So I just want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this special event. It's a stakeholder engagement, which features Eastern African countries. We are also streaming live on YouTube, so we will have a larger audience for this important function. And we are looking at the contribution of science, technology, and innovation in creation of job opportunities for the youth across Africa. And that is the main subject of our discussion today. So before we will want to hear some opening remarks, especially starting with our host, National Council of Science and Technology, Rwanda. So I want to welcome Mr. Louis Sibomana. Welcome to give us welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. Dear Executive Secretary, National Council for Science and Technology, Rwanda, Executive Secretary, African Technology Policy Studies, Prof. Nicholas, dear delegates and invited guests, welcome. I just want to welcome to this important workshop. We'll be discussing the role of science, technology, and innovation towards youth employment and the job creation. I believe that we'll be having different inputs, suggestion, sharing experience, and this will help us actually to promote the role of science technology through entrepreneurship as well as innovation, and also how we can contribute to the national economic development. We have been working with the team from African Technology Policy Studies, Alfred and the other team, to organize this workshop, and we are happy that today we make it, and then I welcome all field, and we want actually your contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luis. Next, I would like to welcome the Executive Director of African Technology Policy Studies Network, Professor Nicholas Ozol, to also give us the opening remarks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Alfred. The Executive Secretary, the National Council for Science and Technology, Rwanda. The team from MasterCard Foundation, represented here by Ibrahim Rwanda, who has been the officer in charge of this project, together with Ayo, who is also a director at MasterCard Foundation. The national chapter coordinators here present, from Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia. All the representatives who participated in this research on understanding the policy and institutional landscape of technological innovations that create jobs and youth employability in Africa. All the grantees who benefited from the seed funds that we gave to kind of pilot how technological innovations can be scaled to create jobs. Those of you that are here that will be making their testimonies. Every other participant here present, you are duly welcome. As I said earlier, this journey started about 3 years ago with a research project initiated by the MasterCard Foundation to enable us understand the policy and institutional landscape. Institution here is referred to as organizations like ministries, like NGOs, civil society, private sector. So this is the institution we are referring to that have been involved in developing technological innovations, which we know are the bedrock of sustaining industries. And we wanted to trial how can they support job creation that target the youth, who we know form the greater percentage of Africa's population. So, on this occasion, we are presenting the findings, the key findings that we saw during this research endeavor. We have done this before on the 27th of March for the West African region in Abuja, Nigeria, where we convened a similar meeting to tell stakeholders what we found out from this research with a view to informing policy and practice change in our respective countries. That meeting was also well attended by senior officials from government, from the private sector, from think tanks, from NGOs and CBOs. And the report will also be made available soon. So today, we are replicating what we did in Abuja for the East African region, comprising of Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Those countries within the Eastern African region that participated in this study. Recall, or as you will see, we also tried to prioritize, because every country has its own priority areas of focus in terms of sectorial priority or priorities. these are part of what we will showcase for you. We will showcase for you some of the policies that are available that support technological innovation development for youth employability and job creation. We will also identify key challenges where those policies are available, and where the policies are not available, we have also flagged them. And some of you who are beneficiaries of this initiative in terms of piloting the use of the seed fund to scale your operation to be able to employ new personnel within your firms. You will also give us your testimonies, like I said before. Some will join physically, some will join virtually. So I thank all of you who have made it possible and committed time to come to listen to this groundbreaking findings, which is just showing us the state of policies or STI policies in these countries, their statuses, what has worked, what have not worked, with respect to job creation. The essence is that we will be able to move forward. Now considering that we focused on innovations that have been developed out from research and development. We are looking at that upper of technological innovations that have been developed through R&D, research and development. Because we feel that they are more formalized and sustainable. But going forward, we will be discussing with some of our partners to see how we will integrate even the informal sector that may not have come out of creation of research, but have the creativity and innovation, especially coming from the youth. So how can we also be inclusive to accommodate some of those innovations, though not so stable as the formal ones, but how can we accommodate innovations from what the Kenya people call Juakali, or the informal sector, to also partake in developing or creating opportunities like commercializing of their products through the lessons or integration or the partnership they may establish with the more formalized sector for increased job availability for our teeming youth population. As we know, the MasterCard Foundation has a target to create 30 million jobs by 2030. And we want to be part of that journey to contribute to this figure. That is the essence of the overall essence of our coming together to craft even how can we contribute to this mission of the foundation. Once again, and on behalf of my team, the African Technology Policy Studies Network, and our partners, the MasterCard Foundation, and Afrexim Bank. I must say that when the MasterCard Foundation provided this initial support, many other institutions took interest in it, like the Afrexim Bank, and supported us with some funds to even make the research process even more robust, and also added one other country of their choice, because we were working in 7 countries earlier, which was the focus countries for the MasterCard Foundation. But when Afrexim Bank came, they had interest in Zimbabwe, and we had to add Zimbabwe because they were interested in getting this kind of information from the country. So once again, you are welcome, and I believe you will benefit and share from this meet we shall be sharing today in terms of the findings of this research endeavor that we partook in the last 3 years. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Professor Nicholas, for those opening remarks. Before we get to Afrexim Bank representative, Mr. Adam Abdilan, I would like to welcome Mr. Abdu Musonera, who is the head of department, the Labor Market Interventions, Rwanda Development Board, to give us some opening remarks. Welcome, sir. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this unique opportunity to share some keynotes. As someone who has been in employment and for quite some period and has been engaging with all government institutions, including the Commission of Science and Technology. Distinguished guests, all your protocols observed. As has already been mentioned, this is a unique opportunity for us to gather and reflect on the findings of the report that has been produced. I will not repeat the journey that Professor has already mentioned. I also commend the effort of different partners, including MasterCard Foundation and Afrexim Bank, for having contributed financially to make this exercise a success. Despite the challenge that we've faced during COVID-19 and some uncertainties that are happening globally, the government of Rwanda has made a commendable strides towards creating jobs, especially for youth. Under the National Strategy for Transformation, NST1, so the government of Rwanda had an ambitious target of achieving 1.5 million jobs from 2017 up to 2024. Despite the challenge that we had, we've so far achieved approximately 1.3 million jobs over the past 7 years. In the same vein, the government of Rwanda has identified some key sectors that have got potential for job creation. And also, the statistics have shown the sectors such as agro-processing, construction, tourism have witnessed a remarkable growth. And they are among the key drivers of job creation. But at the same time, the ICT sector is among the key sectors. I can call it a noble sector because this is one of the sectors employing skilled people, and it's among the key sectors that are paying some good amount of money to those people who are employed in the sector, together with the stability of jobs for people who are employed in the ICT sector. At the same time, the government of Rwanda has invested a lot in efforts that are aiming at equipping youth and Rwandans in general with skills, as well as supporting them to access finance. We are having some interventions aiming at empowering youth and women specifically, such as the access to finance schemes, the skill development funds, and other interventions aiming at supporting youth and women to be linked with employment opportunities. I would like to also mention the partnership that we've had with the private sector. So that has been instrumental in bridging the gap between skills and industry's needs. Through initiatives such as workplace learning, rapid response training, apprenticeship, and professional internship, in partnership with the private sector, we've been able to equip youth with practical skills and knowledge required by the labor market. I will also mention the role of matching platforms such as Coraggio Portal, professional internship, among others, that have been supporting to match youth with employment opportunities and the private sector. The government of Rwanda has also made a huge investment in terms of ICT. One of the key major investments that the government of Rwanda have made include improved air connectivity, the state-of-art conference in a hub in Kigali Convention Center. We are also having a special economic zone. Also, we can be proud of the countrywide fiber optic with the aim of enhancing ICT. What I would like to mention again, the ICT is an enabler to other sectors. And the ICT sector employs, the majority of people employed in the ICT sector are youth aged less than 35 years. And the employment in the ICT sector has been on the rise over the past 5 years. As I said, the vast majority of employees in the ICT sector have completed at least secondary school, and most of the people employed in the IT sector are either professionals or technicians who receive a relatively better pay. Again, I would reiterate the fact that the business survival rate in the IT sector is high compared to other sectors, which means that if someone is employed in the ICT sector, the chance of seeing his or her business surviving is very high. Again, if we are looking ahead, as far as the national development agenda is concerned, the government of Rwanda has got an ambitious target in terms of human capital development, as well as job creation and economic growth. If you are looking at the projections of what the government of Rwanda would like to achieve in 2050, the government of Rwanda would like to increase the number of people who are enrolled and graduating in STEM-related program. And the government of Rwanda would like to significantly increase the employability of those who graduate from universities, as well as decreasing the employment rate from 15% to 5% into 2050. Again, the government of Rwanda aspires to make sure that the ratio of male and female participating in the labor market is the same in 2050. All these efforts underscores the commitment of the government of Rwanda to make sure that all the Rwandans are having access on jobs, are improving their lives. On the same note, in Vision 2050, under the Human Capital Development pillar, the government of Rwanda aspires to reap economic benefit from estimated demographic dividend, and this can be done through an integrated approach by ensuring decline in fertility rate that will be supplemented by investment in human capital. And for this to happen, the government of Rwanda aspires to see the enrollment TVET increasing up to 60% in 2050. At the same time, as Professor said, the ratio of GDP that goes to research and development, the government of Rwanda is having a target to increase that from 0.6 in 2019 to 3% in 2050. This shows the commitment of the government of Rwanda to invest much in research and just make sure that the research is at the forefront of development. And then, in terms of, again, enhancing the research in academics, the government of Rwanda has set a target to increase the involvement of teaching staff at universities who are involved in research. As of now, even the numbers of 2019, those who are involved are estimated at 23%, and the government of Rwanda would like to see this increasing to 38% in 2035, and then 52% in 2050. And this highlights the role that the government of Rwanda, the weight that the government is attributing to R&D. As I conclude, I would like to reiterate the fact that from today up to the end of the month, we are now launching the Labor Month, and the kickoff will be given on Wednesday, the Labor Day. And then during this month, we'll be having a number of activities that will be implemented countrywide. So I would like to really request all of us to be part and parcel of all those activities. And I'm happy that at this day, as we are launching the Labor Month, at the same time, we are launching this research product. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Again, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to organizers, partners, and contributors. And as Professor said, let us make sure that we are turning these recommendations into actionable actions, and then make sure that the recommendations are translated into actions to inform the creation of jobs for youth and violence in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdu, for that elaborate opening remark. Thank you also for the numbers that you've provided, which are very critical in terms of the targets of the government of Rwanda towards achieving employment for the youth. So I don't know whether so I want to welcome Mr. Adam Abdilal, who is joining us virtually, to give us an opening remark. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Before I start, I hope I'm audible and visible to all the participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, but there is an echo, but please try. Continue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can speak.
Okay. Do you still have echo, or should I just wait maybe a few more minutes to
continue.
make sure that my voice is not annoying?
Good. Continue.
Is it good? Is it good now?
Actually.
Hello?
It is very good. Continue.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, my name is Adam Abdalal. I am with Afrexim Bank. I've been with Afrexim Bank for 4 years, and I just want to give a few remarks, a few points, just to highlight what we're doing in this space and why we have decided to partner with ATPS on this program. But before we start, I just want to draw your attention to what the bank does. The bank is a multilateral trade finance bank with the mission to stimulate consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution. And also our goal is to become a center of excellence on African trade matters. Afrexim Bank is an entity that straddles both the public and private sector. And in my very unique position in the bank, managing the grant program and also liaising on programs with intergovernmental and multilateral organizations, we engage African private sector on policy advocacy activities to galvanize the opinion of the private sector and voice the opinion of African private sector to African policymakers. So our work with ATPS is an important foresight to the digital ecosystems that we are creating with multiple stakeholders, ranging from multilateral organizations, private sector actors, regulators, central banks inside and outside the continent. And we also work intensely with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat to develop and promote our various platforms in the digital ecosystem. And just to speak briefly about these platforms, they are the PAPs, trying to create a payment mechanism which relies more on local currencies, a Mansa platform, which is a platform for a digital repository for companies to be registered on that go through a due diligence process, so that to eliminate the risk of doing business in Africa. A Trador platform, which is a platform for trade information and trade regulation, and also ATEX, which is another platform for buying and selling products in Africa. And to know the relevance of the program that we have partnered with ATPS on is to also understand that we, as a continent, stand on the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution, which is characterized by rapid technological advancement and digital transformation. And therefore, the landscape of employment is undergoing profound changes. So for young people entering the workforce, the ability to adapt to these changes and acquire relevant skills becomes paramount. And this is where technology policies come into play. They become pivotal in preparing the youth for the demands of the modern labor market. And therefore, by investing in education and skills development and fostering entrepreneurship, governments can empower young people to thrive in the digital economy through the right policy formulation and incentive schemes. So the first is education and skills development. And in today's knowledge-based processing, the right skills are essential for gaining a foothold in the job market. Technology policies that prioritize science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, digital literacy, vocational training, equip young people with the skills they need to succeed in these high-demand sectors, such as information technology, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy. Secondly, fostering entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs get to have young people to have the opportunity to create their own employment opportunities and drive their economic innovation. Therefore, technology policies that support entrepreneurship through access to financing, mentorship programs, and business incubators enable young innovators to turn their ideas into reality. Moreover, creating supportive regulatory frameworks and reducing bureaucratic barriers can encourage entrepreneurship and foster a culture of innovation among youths. However, realizing the full potential of technology policies in enhancing youth employability requires multifaceted approach, which is what ETPS have done. So governments must collaborate with the private sector, the civil society, and educational institutions to design and implement policies that address the specific needs and challenges faced by young people. Efforts to promote diversity, equity, inclusion in the workforce are essential to ensure that all youth, regardless of their background and circumstances, have equal opportunities to succeed. In conclusion, technology policies have a profound impact on youth employability, shaping the future of our continent, of our workforce, and driving our economic prosperity. By investing in education and skills development and fostering entrepreneurship and promoting digital inclusion, governments, civil society, private sector, and even entrepreneurs can empower young people to thrive in the digital economy and build a brighter future for themselves and their community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Abdil, for those welcoming remarks, opening remarks. On behalf of the Mastercard Foundation, I would also want to welcome Ibrahim Mwanda, or Ayo. Just an opening remark, just a remark. Welcome. Let us give him an applause, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's my pleasure and indeed honor to welcome you to this event, this stakeholder engagement event on behalf of the Mastercard Foundation. My name is Ayo Ojebode. I work with Ibrahim and others in the research and learning team of the Mastercard Foundation. I'll speak briefly about the Mastercard Foundation because this is a welcome remark, so I know that there is a lot of work to do, as we can see on this paper. And I'd like to also share why the Mastercard Foundation decided to support this work. The Mastercard Foundation, independent of and separate from the Mastercard Incorporated, is a Canadian charity organization established in 2006 with a gift from the Mastercard Incorporated. And for some years, up until 2018, a good part of our work was supervised from Canada. And in fact, a good part of it was taking place in Canada. But about 2018, the foundation decided to relocate its work to Africa. And the foundation then established 7 offices in 7 countries of operation, as the Director General of ATPS said earlier. So we work from Senegal, but our work in Senegal covers the Wayemo region, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Kenya, from Rwanda, from Uganda, and Ethiopia. For our work in Africa, we have set for ourselves an ambition of enabling 30 million young people to access dignified and fulfilling employment by the year 2030. It is suggested that by the year 2030, there will be about 300 million unemployed young people on the continent. And the Mastercard Foundation thought if we could just take a modest 10% of these people and support them to access, retain, dignified and fulfilling employment, we would have contributed something significant on the continent. And we insist that of these 30 million people, 70% would be women. Again, the logic is that if you skill a woman, you really are influencing an entire family. If you skill a man, you are skilling a man. So it makes a little bit, economic sense to focus on women, especially also given the historical injustice and marginalization that women have experienced, not only in Africa, all over the world. And so we also think of these 30 million people, we want to have at least 5% that are people with disability. So in everything we do, we try to call out these figures with our partners, with people who support us, with our colleagues in the donor space. 70% women, not negotiable. Our aim, global aim, and our global work, especially in Africa, is all about poverty reduction and education. Even the education is towards employment, which then leads to poverty reduction. So at the end of the day, it's about young people and employment in Africa. We have a lot of work and a lot of partnership going on around these areas. I'll just highlight a few. One of the big work we're doing is what we call the World Employment Clock, which we're doing with WDL. World Employment Clock, the Youth Employment Clock is a real-time job clock that tells you this very second how many people in any country in Africa is in the labor market looking for job. How many people have access to employment, how many of them are female, are male, and so on and so forth. It's an interactive, real-time clock that we are already piloting across our countries of operation. We are also working in surfacing the voices of young people around climate change, around resilience, around employment, around the employment ecosystem in general. We are working also with an organization called PEP, some of you will know, to understand employment policies in the different countries of operations where we work and how this might be shifted in favor of lasting and sustainable job and employment for young people. We also work with a number of collaboratives, which is like consortia of different organizations, powerful ones, around climate change, around education, and around disability and inclusion. We are very passionate about young people, and that is not negotiable for us. But underlying all of these things are a few principles that I'll just quickly point attention to. One is that the MasterCard Foundation we are unable to create jobs. Or in fact, in most cases, we are unable to do anything on our own. We always depend on partners who share our vision, who share our mission, and who are ready to partner with us to enable young people to access dignified and fulfilling employment. ILO has continued to warn us that it's not enough to have employment. It is very important to qualify it because about 23% or more of people who have employment on the continent are actually living below poverty line. So there is what they call the working poor. People who work, but then live like they have no job. So we say the job must be dignified. The job must also be fulfilling. The second point I want to make is that we are very convinced that technology has a very central role to play in creating sustainable, dignified, and fulfilling employment. And as I mentioned earlier, we have country offices, and each country office has its own priority. But one thing that is common to all the country offices is emphasis on technology and innovation. Agriculture is also something that is common. And that is why we think if we are going to be enabling young people to access dignified and fulfilling employment, and if we realize that technology and innovation plays a very, very crucial role in that process, from our end, from the end of the youth, from the end of employers, from the end of government, from the end of other donor agencies. If we say technology is so central, then we need to understand what is going on in that STI space, in the science, technology, innovation as it concerns youth employment. And that was why we actually seized this opportunity when it arose to work with ATPS to surface issues around science, technology, and innovation with reference to youth employment. Who is creating what? And who is adopting what? How is the ecosystem affecting this? Enabling it or restraining it? Those are the issues that ATPS has helped to surface in this work. And we are really very proud of ATPS leadership and the team. We are proud of the fact that you have also carried along young people in the process of designing, executing, and also now distributing or sharing these findings. We are very happy with the caliber of people in this room because we know that the conversation must go beyond today's event. We need to carry this into our different policy spaces and activity spaces. We need to find ways of bringing more young people into this conversation and into these actions so that then we can say we did not just do research to understand the problem, but we also moved ahead to solve the problem. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for giving us this space and the opportunity to partner with ATPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayo, representing the MasterCard Foundation. And finally, in terms of opening remarks, I want to warmly welcome the Executive Secretary of the National Council for Science and Technology, Rwanda, who doubles up as the guest of honor and also the chief host for this event. Welcome very much, Dr. Eugene Mutimura. These Rwandese names are very difficult for me, but I hope I pronounce it correctly. Welcome, sir.
That's one of the simplest.
Dr. Nicholas Ozo, Executive Secretary of the African Technology Policy Studies, and the team from African Technology Policy Studies, delegates from various countries that are here today, representatives from various ministries, government institutions, private sector, and non-government organizations. Dear participants, I would like to welcome you to this important workshop where we have gathered as a number of participants and countries in order to put our efforts together to develop the capacity of the youth using science, technology, and innovation. It is my pleasure, therefore, once again to welcome you to this stakeholders engagement workshop on application of science, technology, and innovation in developing skills and fostering youth employment and entrepreneurship in Africa. We have all alluded to the fact that the African youth mainly is growing from time to time. And there are clear data that predict that by 2050, the youth population will almost double in Africa. And this is contrary to the data we see from Western countries. And this is something we should cherish as Africans, particularly from Sub-Saharan Africa, because the youth comprise a strong and big population that is going to help develop our nations. And therefore, there is nothing more we can do apart from engaging with the youth, understanding their needs, assessing their capacity, training them, empowering them, and diversifying their competences and skills using the opportunities that we have, particularly tapping into the opportunity of science, technology, and innovation. Indeed, when you see the fifth population and housing census of Rwanda in February 2023, there are about 3.6 youth in Rwanda that constitute about 27% of the total population of over 13 million. This is a clear fact that, as an example of most of African countries, which I believe this is the same phenomena as many have alluded to, that the youth are the greatest asset that we need to cherish and support in terms of capacity building to improve our economy in African countries. Therefore, it is true that the best way we can do this is to strategically engage with them, support them to develop their skills. I'm happy that many speakers have clearly indicated that the best way to support the youth is to develop a policy that supports youth capacity development. And a number of programs and activities have been given in various countries, including Rwanda, during this workshop. And therefore, when we see many African countries prioritizing the policy around science, technology, and innovation, we find it critically important. And indeed, in Rwanda, the science, technology, and innovation policy supports youth employment using science, technology, and innovation. It is our hope that building the capacity of youth across Africa with strengthened collaborations within individual countries, within institutions, but also across African countries to ensure that we support the youth, be important enablers of industrial growth and industrial revolution in African countries, particularly during job creation and employability. I'm happy to note that at the National Council for Science and Technology, we have made some endeavors in terms of supporting the youth in various ways, such as Rwanda Innovation Challenge. We have supported over 36 youth. I'm happy Alexis is representing some of the 5 ones that are being supported to bring the innovation to another level with about $50,000 for a number of years in order to ensure that the actions really become a reality so that they are able to commercialize their products after their incubation training. But also we are making a lot of endeavors to ensure that we support the youth in terms of pre-incubation period, training them in entrepreneurship, business models, and ensuring that they are able to prototype and do a lot in terms of getting the skill to commercialize their products. I think in the pipeline we are going to support about 13 of the youth towards pre-incubation activities. I'm also happy to note that as the delegate from MasterCard Foundation alluded to, gender equality and gender inclusivity is critically important for us at the National Council for Science and Technology. And so when we fund grant schemes on research and innovation, we ensure that at least 30% should be women as principal investigators. But we went further as well and created schemes called mainly for women science grant schemes. And currently we are funding 5 scientists who are doing their research towards commercialization and innovating. And we will continuously do that because clearly this is all that we believe as indicated by a number of participants. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to indicate that during introductions, I saw some of the youth less energetic. That does not characterize the youth in Africa. Be energetic, be strong, be bold. It will help you achieve more. It will help you be able to be more objective, more strategic, and more successful. And I hope during the more interactions, the panel discussions, and more of the meetings, we shall see more of the youth being energetic and being very firm in what they believe and what they say. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to thank the leadership, Dr. Nicholas, particularly of the African Technology Policy Studies. I would like to thank your partners, specifically MasterCard Foundation, Flexim Bank, that are working with you to ensure that you achieve really the goal of the institution, but also an African goal to support develop skills of the youth, entrepreneurial skills for the youth, and support Africa develop. I believe that we will continuously work together to form broader partnerships as institutions, but also as nations, collaborating to do what we all believe is important towards youth, employability, entrepreneurship, and developing our countries in Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eugene Mutimura. I went and tried to practice, but still not coming out. Anyway, I would like to announce a change in terms of the program. We were supposed to go into presentations, but I think we will get to do a group photo and take a health break, and then we get into the presentations after that. So photographers, you let us know where we will take the photo before we take our tea break. So we take the photo before tea break, and then we come back.
The group photo will be taken outside this room. The doors will be open. We can go out immediately, and then we get back here. Thank you.
So let's be energetic the way we were told. everyone? Okay. So I think it's time to get back to work. Please load the presentation. Okay, welcome back. We now are heading towards getting the results of our study presented to you. So it is quite a mouthful, so please, you will be required to pay extra attention to the details. Although the hard copies of the reports are already on your desk, but we have captured some key issues that I think will be interesting for you to get. So to give us an overview of the project and what we did, I think I would wish to welcome Professor Nicholas Ozo, and then our team will also follow up to provide the findings of our study. Welcome, Professor. Applause so that he gets energy.
Thank you once again, moderator. Thank you, audience, colleagues, our partners, MasterCard Foundation, and the Afrexim Bank. Our hosts, the National Council for Science and Technology. Thank you very much. Just coming back once again to now provide a summary of the key findings. Actually, this report is over 400 pages, and you can understand the huge resource that are therein. But what we have tried to do is to just cut it as much as possible. As a technology policy organization, we know how to crystallize things for policymakers so that they can grab the key meat. So if you want the full dish, the reports are still available, both as policy briefs per country. We have 8 policy briefs, each one customized to country needs. And then that will help us to know or get some key recommendations for our policymakers. So I am just going to introduce this key findings and dissemination presentation. Using these outlines about us, you have known some key background of the project, which we also know. So we'll be very brief in some of the things that we think are already known. Objectives, key activities, approach, outputs, target countries, findings, conclusions, and recommendations, including policy recommendations. So like about us, most of you have heard, we are a transdisciplinary network. Transdisciplinarity is a concept that's evolved when you co-develop interventions with the people who are the key beneficiaries of those interventions. They work with you and you co-develop intervention that is meant to benefit them in the final analysis. That is transdisciplinarity. So we are, and that methodology, we are happy to say, we used or we worked with our partner, the MasterCard Foundation. We are very much impressed with their approach of co-developing and co-designing interventions meant for the people. So a transdisciplinary network of researchers, policymakers, civil society actors, and the private sector actors that promote the generation, the dissemination, the use, and mastery of science, technology, and innovation for Africa's development, for environmental sustainability, and global inclusion. We work through national chapters located in 30 countries, 27 in Africa, and 3 in the diaspora, in the UK, US, and Australia. The essence of having chapters in these key diaspora countries is to harness the potentials of Africans living in the diaspora to contribute to science, technology, and innovation development on the continent. As you know, if you go to NASA in the US, if you go to the medical sector, you'll find Africans contributing up to 40 to 50% of personnel that drive these sectors. So we established our chapters in those countries with the hope to also attract back into brain circulation, what we call brain circulation, or brain gain, not now brain drain. So if they have gone there, they will still contribute towards Africa's development in science, technology, and innovation. Our headquarters is located in Nairobi, Kenya, where we enjoy diplomatic immunities and privileges accorded other UN organizations and international agencies. And we have about 5,000 network members drawn from the quadruple helix, drawn from the policymakers, research, civil society, private sector actors, who contribute to all to the work that ATPS do. That is why it is easier for us to influence any policy in any country, because most of our network members, some of them are presidents of countries, some of them are prime ministers, some of them are members of parliament, and whenever we want to achieve any stuff, it is easier for us to do that, especially in policy influence in any of the countries. So I've talked about what we do: generate knowledge, disseminate, broker, advocate. All in all, we want to build Africa's development through science, technology, and innovation, forming the bedrock of development. So the background of the project have been explained since morning. Due to the bulging youth population that require intervention for them to be employed in decent jobs. I'm happy when the director of Research Systems Strengthening, MasterCard, IO, was talking about 23% of employed still living below poverty line. That is very poor. I mean, when people say you are employed and yet you cannot pay your rent, you cannot pay your bills, you cannot even achieve any meaningful thing as an employed person, that is something to think again about. So we are on this project have tried to now review to understand the policy, the statuses of policies, STI policies, and how they support or constrain youth employability, job creation, and entrepreneurship in most of these countries. In some countries, the challenge is that they have not mainstreamed issue of youth employability in STI to ensure that while we are driving technological innovation, development, we are driving it with the mind that it will create jobs that our youth will also benefit from. So you see, there are two things. When IO was talking, he talked about employment policies, which one of the partners, PEP, is doing. Fine. But when we talk about technological or technology policies or STI policies, have the policies been designed in such a way that it also accommodates youth employment or employment, not just designing a policy to develop technological innovations and not then backing it up with how it will work to create jobs. So this is part of what we looked into in this research project. And from our findings, which we shall still see, some policies exist that looked at this. But you know, one clear thing is also that policies do not implement themselves. It is people who implement policies. If you develop the framework, because one thing is having an STI policy. From our experience as the oldest or the premier STI organization in Africa, you can develop STI policy, but then it is not working. I know a country here, represented here, and they have the highest number of policies in Africa. I have contributed in developing some of those policies. Their problem is not policy. If you just go to the president and say, you need a policy on this, he will tell you, give me the policy. You give him the policy, he follows it up and gazettes it. The issue is, are those policies implemented? Some of them are even copy-paste, especially when they are hybrid policy, okay, not hybrid, imported policies, where you invite McKinsey, the likes, to develop policies for your country, and they do not contextualize those policies to ensure that there are voices of the people who are supposed to be the beneficiaries of those policies. So if you don't take their voices into consideration, challenge is that implementation will be difficult. So we have looked at some of these policies, those that what has worked, what has not worked, and why they have not worked or why they have worked. So, where should I be pointing to? It's not. Okay. All right. So the goal is to review these policies, like I said before, STI policies and institutional landscape. So I've defined institution before, because under the innovation system, if you say institutional framework, one can talk about policies, rules, regulations as institutions. And that's why, because we have talked policy, and when you see institution, then to clarify it, this institution now means organizations. For those of us in the STI and innovation ecosystem. So the work took place in 8 countries: Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. And like I said earlier in the morning, we have done the engagement in Abuja to represent Western Africa, and we are now doing for Eastern Africa. That's why those countries are highlighted, except Uganda. Uganda, I don't know why you are not highlighted, but you are part of East Africa. So the objectives, just to review the policies and the institutional landscape in those countries, to understand their statuses, what works, what doesn't work, and why. Understand the stakeholders. So we did a stakeholder mapping along the technological innovation value chain that are of priority to those countries. The previous work have been done by MasterCard Foundation, and they have identified thematic priorities or sectoral priorities for each country. And we told along that line to still map the stakeholders, key stakeholders, from policies, from the quadruple helix, as policymakers, private sectors, civil society, and researchers, to map them according to those sectorial areas. So to understand who are these actors, what are their roles, what are the linkages. If you are in extension system or innovation system, you will know that linkages in any value chain is very important. So we try to understand, Are there existing linkages between and amongst these actors? What are the contexts? What are the capacities they have? And then what is the power and influence? Because if you come to any organization or amongst, even in a government setting, they used to have, is it super CS? Super CS is what they call, okay, like in Kenya. In Kenya, there are ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Energy, Industry, Environment, but they will still have a super ministry that they give more attention to. So, and if you are ranking ministries, you should be able to say there's one on top of the other. So power and influence is a way to, is an approach to understand amongst equals who is a little bit elevated. Because if you are doing what we call advocacy in policy, you must know the actors, the agencies that have more power than the other, that can reach the power that the kitchen cabinet and deliver your bill, assuming you have a bill to present in the parliament or in the Federal Executive Council. You must know which one has more power than the other. And if you understand this power play and influence play, you will know that out of every actor or stakeholders, there are those more powerful than the other. And if you want to influence policy, you start with them. For those who don't use the word lobby, okay, you advocate. If you can lobby them, then you lobby them to get your bill or policy to pass. Finally, our objective also entail sharing knowledge, which is part of what we are doing today, and engaging with policymakers and then who are also here, and engaging with key stakeholders to tell them the findings we have found out, and begin to talk more about how we can engage further on taking this initiative to the next step. Because the kind of work we do at the ATPS is not the work that ends in the shelf. The kind of work we do is a work that must inform policy and practice. That is the pride we take. At any engagement we engage in, our final bus stop is not to have the report in the shelf, but to influence a policy, which in some countries where this work have been done, like in Nigeria, after our engagement, they are already beginning to do something about engaging youth in discussions that influence them, that concern them, and bringing them on table, engaging more women in issues that concern them, to ensure that you get their voices. So we are aware that even here, after this, we are still going to not only influence policy, but also influence practice. And the practice is, how do we contribute to the MasterCard Foundation's mission to get 30 million, 10% of 300 million employed by 2030 in practice? And how do we do that? Empower people through business support, through incubation, through other strategies to ensure that they scale their, because we've mapped them, we know actors in this field, in the private sector, to ensure that we move them from one step to the next step in terms of empowering them to employ more people, to expand their businesses, to incubate good ideas, to commercialize, and do all the needful. So at this point, I'll invite my colleague, Alfred, to come and discuss the methodologies we used and how it led to the key findings we got. Thank you very much for listening. Continue to pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the introduction and the overview of the project. So in terms of methodology, I don't think we need the light because we need to see. So in terms of methodology, we were looking at 3 work packages. 3, yes. So the first approach was to look at to do a strategic research intervention where we were looking at information, knowledge, baseline information, data about the outputs, and looking at the MasterCard Foundation and Afrexim Bank and the overall impact that is required to transform Africa. So we are looking at the various documents that are, or strategies that are aimed to create opportunities for the youth. So we did some online surveys, we did key informant interviews, focus group discussions, and looked at some case studies in the process. In the work package 2, we were looking at policy engagements, looking at creating platforms for engagement. Also, the need to have a one-stop shop where you can get information and also valorize information. 2 work packages, sorry. So we expect that at the end of this, we will have a better understanding or a deeper understanding of how the STI policy and institutional landscape are playing their part in terms of bringing interventions to support skills development, to help in job creation, and also creation of entrepreneurship opportunities, especially for the youth. We are looking at disseminating and sharing information with our stakeholders and do this kind of thing that we are doing today, stakeholder engagement for purposes of influencing policy and practice around creation of jobs for the youth. And then we expect that at the end that we will have young innovators supported. We have already done that, and some of them will be here to present to you what they have done and what are the outcomes. So I want us to dive deep into each country results, and it's going to be mouthful. So again, I warn you that it's a lot of information. We try to summarize as much as possible. So we'll start with Ethiopia. So from our findings, we found out that the government of Ethiopia recognizes the role played by science, technology, and innovation in bringing development, and the country is putting a lot of effort towards providing an ecosystem that supports STI development, and this is aimed at skilling the youth, youth employment, and entrepreneurship. We are looking at, in the country, having stakeholders that are very committed to this, and we have policy, those who are doing policy development, regulation, and implementation of STI programs, initiatives, projects, and plans. We saw that the implementation of some of the programs and initiatives has been somehow successful, leading to increased opportunities for the youth, although not as perfect as we would want, but there is an effort, and you can see some of the initiatives like Empower Youth for Work, EYW initiative. It's quite prominent in doing that. We have the private sector also doing its part, and only 10% of employers in Ethiopia provide training to their employees, according to the Ethiopian Development Research Institute. So there is need to have more skills development within the private sector. That's what we saw. And we also have, I think this significantly, when you look at the average of employers training employees across sub-Saharan Africa, the figure in Ethiopia is lower than the average in sub-Saharan Africa, so 30%. So 30% is the average in sub-Saharan Africa compared to what we have in Ethiopia, which is 10%. So we need to have more engagement from the private sector in terms of providing skills and training their employees. So another issue is that the economy in Ethiopia is overly reliant on the agriculture sector, which again is limiting opportunities for the youth, but offering new opportunities for application of STI. So there is need for, you're looking at need for diversification of the economy and move away, okay, not move away, but have other priority sectors focused on. So there are plenty of policies and programs in Ethiopia, and these are just some of them that we think are critical. You can see the STI policy of 2022, which was revised with the aim of increasing the contribution of, the investment in STI from 0.51% in 2018. So they have a long term, like up to 2030, they expect that they should have at least hit the 1% that is recommended by, is it the AU or African heads of states? They had recommended that every African country should aim at having at least 1% of GDP put into R&D, which is part of the STI, I guess. So we are also looking at the Digital Ethiopia 2025, which lays out an inclusive digital economy approach that catalyzes the realization of Ethiopia's broader development vision. So it is aligned to the vision of the Ethiopian vision, which is a government vision, and they are aiming at having 14 million jobs over 5 years. We also have the education, the 2022 education and training policy, which has also their own targets, and other policies. In terms of institutions, the key institution under the Prime Minister's office is the National Science, Technology and Innovation Council, NSTIC, which establishes and coordinates the general strategy and framework for developing STI in the country. We also have the Ethiopian Job Creation Commission, formed in 2018, and it is aligned, it is in line with the plan for action for job creation, that's PAJ, with the aim of creating about 14 million jobs by 2025. Other stakeholders include civil society organizations, NGOs, and they play various roles in skills development, entrepreneurship, advocacy, and increasing job opportunities. So, of course, in Africa, most of the countries, we have many challenges in creating job opportunities, and one of the main ones is poor infrastructure development, especially in the rural areas. We also have underutilized skills due to lack of relevant employment opportunities, especially among the youth, limited access to education and skills training. We also have the danger of having all the youth running away from the rural areas, coming to the city centers in search for job opportunities. That one is a major one across all the countries. And inadequate diversification of economy and over dependence on agriculture, as I mentioned, and then inequalities, which includes gender and also in some countries, which I think maybe I should talk about Ethiopia. So gender inequality, so in rural areas, even regional balance becomes a problem. So these are the key challenges. But we have opportunities arising. And as we've mentioned, the government is trying to develop the infrastructure, investing in education and skills training, and looking how to have entrepreneurship in every endeavor, and looking at advancing agribusiness and rural development, engaging the private sector, especially through PPP arrangements as well, promoting digital literacy and tech competencies. That is being done. So if the country focuses on doing all this, I think if these are done together with all the stakeholders that are involved, I think we should be able to see Ethiopia transforming and achieving some of the transformational plans that they have. So what we have seen as the best practices in Ethiopia is that we have, there are policies and institutional policies and institutions that have that are trying to do skills development and try to create opportunities for the youth. And we are looking at some of the plans that they also set as a country. We have the GTP2, that is the Growth and Transformational Plan, number 2 of 2015, which aims at the 1% is a major target for them. They want to get into that. While the establishment of the Ethiopian Innovation and Entrepreneurship Council, IEC, of 2018, in 2018 is coordinating and promoting innovation in the country. We are looking at also where the government is setting up the Ethiopian Technology Startup Fund that was set up in 2019. And as part of the good best practices, there is enhanced cooperation between the public and private sector, which is helping policymakers to come up with robust plans and that are very inclusive. So some of the other innovations or the strategies that they have is putting together Empower the Youth for Work program. We have the private sector and the government working to provide technical and vocational training, and also support the university education under the STEM. Development partners and private foundations have also been playing a vital role in creating opportunities for the Ethiopian youth. So we are now recommending that, as policy recommendations, that supporting infrastructure development and enabling environment for ST, especially in the rural areas of Ethiopia, is critical. So infrastructure, we know for STI, there is a basic minimum in terms of having the right environment, from energy, from transport, from internet connectivity. And it is important that that is prioritized across the country, not just in the urban areas, but also at the rural areas. And we are saying increasing investment in STI is the first step. And so the 1% is critical. Recommendation number 2, stakeholders should focus more on capacity building for the young entrepreneurs. And also, not just building the capacity, but make sure that these trained people are linked to particular job opportunities that are available. And there is a need to also ease the conditions for the young people to open businesses and register their businesses. That is very important because usually there are very high fees charged and some bureaucratic processes that discourage the youth from getting into all that, and they end up doing their businesses informally, which we are not saying is not a bad thing, but then there are consequences, and that discourages many of the young people. So increasing the opportunities for access to credit among young entrepreneurs, and as I've mentioned, you cannot access these funds if you're not registered again. So this becomes a chain reaction. So from the bureaucracy in registration of businesses, and then you tell them if you're not registered, you cannot access these funds. So again, you can see the connection. So the microfinancing companies will not really support this. So if there is a way of having the informal sector kind of be under a particular institution, or somehow formalize them so that they are able to access the funds, to increase access, the accessibility to the fund, then that can help. Create all-inclusive policies that enhance stronger linkages among stakeholders to bridge the disconnect between the different actors in the ecosystem. So again, all these actors are critical. And so if we have a platform that brings all these actors together and be able to engage, especially in creation of policies and agreeing on some things, it can make things easier and make the STI ecosystem vibrant. Finally, in terms of Ethiopia, there is need to encourage economic diversification through fostering private sector partnerships. And as I mentioned, over-reliance on the agriculture sector is, I think we need to look beyond agriculture. Or if it means it is agriculture, maybe go further than production, go further beyond value addition, creating an environment for food systems where you can have other players engaging in the value chain further beyond the production stage in agriculture. So I want us to look at Rwanda. So please, the Rwandese in the house, is an opportunity for you to look at your country. From our findings, we are particularly impressed by the fact that the government is prioritizing STI and ICT for that matter, to be the essential drivers of the economy. And we can all see what is happening in Rwanda. From the roads, everywhere, we can see digitalization, we can see the technology that is being used, and the impact of that. So from a governance perspective, we say that Rwanda is achieving a lot of milestones by utilizing STI to achieve so many things. So if you digitalize even collection of revenue, collection of fines for those who misbehave on the roads or wherever, the penalties, see, you're looking to increase your revenue base, and that is very effective. So Rwanda faces major youth unemployment challenges. Of course, there are challenges, and the economy is dominated by the informal sector. And this has triggered responses from the government in the last 2 decades. So there is a structural transformation by implementing policies that are geared towards economic diversification. The education sector and the STI reforms in Rwanda have targeted youth skilling to match the needs of the labor market. It's very important. And we are seeing that many women are getting enrolled in STEM. And there is even further positive action where women are now being appointed in very prominent positions in government, which is very, very, as we said, women and youth, I think, are the key people we need to look at. And so it's a very good example in Rwanda. So, but we also see that there is still very low representation of the youth. And we understand that there is need to look at how we match the skills of the youth with the required highly diversified and increasingly complex economy. So you digitalize, but you need to also ensure that the people who are coming in to take over these digitalized systems have the requisite skills that are required to run these sophisticated equipment and etc. The STI policies and institutions have led to the launch and the implementation of many programs that have yielded mixed results. And in terms of developing skills and creating youth jobs for the youth and encouraging entrepreneurship. So many policies have been implemented, and we have seen that there are successes, while others have provided lessons where there are gaps that can be filled by engaging the different stakeholders. So we get into it now. The government of Rwanda, as I said, in Africa, I think it's leading in implementation of STI policies. And we have policies that have directly or indirectly generated jobs for the youth, women, and people living with disabilities. We see that the National Commission for Science and Technology, which was established in 2013, has the mandate. So the main institution around STI or science and technology is NCST. And so it is the main institution looking at STI in Rwanda. So this institution was part of the national focus placed on STI to catalyze as a catalyst for the country's development. And based on Vision 2050 and NST1, the National Transformation Strategy. So Vision 2050, key document, key policy that everything falls under in Rwanda. And they have a vision to create high value and competitive jobs, and focusing on the key sectors, modern infrastructure and productive livelihoods. We have the policy under the Ministry of Youth and ICT, which is the National Digital Talent Policy, which addresses the mismatch between supply and demand of ICT skills in Rwanda, and strives to increase the number of ICT employees with market-oriented, specialized ICT skills, and encourage digital literacy among the youth. And my favorite policy, Made in Rwanda policy 2017, that I think has shown a lot of potential. And for me, it has enhanced the demand for Rwanda value-added products, narrowed the trade balance, and generated jobs for youth, women, especially in the informal sector. So this kind of policies are what we should all advocate for, developing homegrown solutions or homegrown products. So I've spoken about the NCST and their role. We also have the Rwanda Governance Board, which had a representation here. Oh, that was the Rwanda Development Board. Okay. So in terms of governance principles, as I mentioned, digitalizing some of these platforms for regulating many things are very important. So Rwanda Governance Board plays a critical role in STI implementation. It promotes and the principles of good governance and decentralization. Also conducts results. So what they do is their recommendations are based on research formed on evidence, and supports media sector development. Registers political organizations, provides policy advocacy to the government, and enhances citizen participation in the implementation of various government initiatives. So this is a very critical, although not really focused on STI per se, but you can see the connection of quality governance versus what you would want to see as so there is a lot of engagement with different categories of stakeholders and citizens. Challenges, they don't miss, they are always there. Inadequate access to quality education and training in STI for many young people. Still, although there is a lot that has been done, there is still not enough. We need to put more on that. We are looking at also scarcity of opportunities for young individuals who need to apply the skills they have acquired. So again, are we creating enough to absorb these young people that we train? Are we creating enough opportunities? Gender inequality still persists. We still have underrepresentation of women. And that's common in Africa. We stereotyping, gender stereotyping is still there. But on a positive note, there is quite a difference. If you compare Rwanda with other African countries, we find that gender, they are putting more effort in ensuring that the inequality is minimized. Concerns over availability and reliability of electricity. Yes, energy, power. This is a key factor of production. So when you don't have energy, then many things are cannot happen. And STI needs energy. And so when you look at, these are reflected in the indicators of doing business. So if you don't have a conducive environment for production, for research, or for anything, again, that affects your ability to increase production and encourage more investment from both internally and externally. And in terms of opportunities, there is a growing utilization of STI, and that is encouraging growth in Rwanda. And so the prospects of creation of jobs for the youth are there. So these are opportunities that we can tap into. And the government's substantial commitment to promotion of STI, that political will is very critical, and so far you can see the results. Then demand for STI skills as an opportunity. We can see with more digitalization, with more embracement of technology, it yields more demand, or higher demand for those STI skills. So that means it is important that there is an opportunity here where the young, skilled people can have an opportunity to engage in the economy, because already with more digitalization, with the embracement of technology, the skills will be required, they will be demanded. This is just a general comment. The opportunities signify the potential for STI to play a pivotal role in addressing youth employment challenges. And hence, this is fostering economic development in Rwanda. So the best practices, strong government support. This is number one. Without that, they say that government is always powerful and you cannot override it. So if the government decides something, all the other people, all the other actors will have to toe the line. So if there is a political will, the government decides to do something, we expect that results will be there. But if the will is not there, then you will find the other bad things happening. Government has established solid track records for reforms to foster development of innovative and viable businesses. So that is part of what I've presented. You can see many private sector firms and small informal. We have a lot of, still we need some action around how the private sector engages and how the small and informal sector actors also engage in the economy. The development of a set of governance and homegrown initiative. I mentioned the policy of Made in Rwanda, 2017, is it 2017? Yes. This kind of initiatives, homegrown initiatives, are very important, and they have translated into culturally owned practices, which in research programs, and we can see RGB is trying to foster accountability in governance. Those are homegrown initiatives. Democracy and decentralization for sustainable development. And there are many other any other best practices, development of the Rwanda innovation hubs. We have even, is it Kigali city? Kigali what? There's a Kigali city somewhere, which embraces STI as well. We can look at, it's called Innovation City, yes. That's a very important and critical PPP example, which I think should be emulated. We're also looking at strategic partnership as part of that. And this is very important. We have the National Science Council, National Council for Science and Technology, being part of the SGCI, that is the Science Granting Council Initiative, which is very, very supported by IDRC and other donors. This initiative helps to build the capacity of, I think there are now 17, not 15, 17 countries which are benefiting from this initiative, where the councils are supported to have the necessary environment for catalyzing science, technology, and innovation, and also supporting research and development in their countries. So the government is also working with the private sector, and they are developing, as I mentioned, Kigali Innovation City is an example. And so far, those are good things. Now, the recommendations, the policy recommendations. We are looking at so there should be consideration in terms of establishing initiatives aimed at funding startups, mentorship, and scaling up of new ventures. So, informed by the high number of business failures in the ICT sector, the government should entice large investors and capital ventures to offer startups a chance to merge or collaborate to ensure their profitability and sustainability. It's like a form of hand-holding. Big corporations should partner with government to handhold some of the small startups that are coming up, and then develop them into full-fledged companies or initiatives, ventures that can be sustainable. Commit towards increasing institutional capacities and building awareness among firms on STI to trigger youth skilling and employment in both formal and informal sectors. So this is capacity building. Enable cooperation and coordination between various sectoral and thematic policies and their institutions to increase and expand economic opportunities for the youth. So this is like a deliberate move to engage and focus on the youth. So we'll have these policies, which are also, some of them sectoral, should always have that focus around the youth. Then all stakeholders should consider working closely with to develop assessments and evaluations of policy outcomes that can be used in policy learning and for improving performance in subsequent policy cycles. So we've had various policies before, and they have had some outputs and challenges which we should learn from. And while we are doing our future policy cycles, we should always consider those lessons that are learned from the previous implementation of other policies. I would like to invite my colleague Wentland Muhatia to give us the Kenyan study report. Welcome, Wentland. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. I hope I've got it right. All right. So I want us to go through the Kenyan one as I relieve Alfred here, whose favorite policy is made in Rwanda. So you should be looking for agasha juice as you wait for your next session. So Kenya, just like many other East African countries, has placed a lot of emphasis on STI to drive job creation amongst the youth. And since I'll get back to this later, let me just go straight to the key policies that are supporting the STI drive in creating jobs in Kenya. So I had someone earlier who came here and did not want to mention a certain country, so I won't mention also his name. He said that there was a country that has a lot of policies, but they are not very good in implementing them. So I'm assuming he was talking about Kenya, but the keyword is assuming. So maybe he was talking about another country. So these are some of the key policies that Kenya has that support STI, and the key one is Vision 2030, which prioritizes the application of STI to boost productivity and employability amongst the youth. Then we also have the Youth Employment and Vocational Training, Kenya Youth Development Policy of 2019, Micro and Small Enterprises Act 2012, Wezo Fund, which was created to provide loans to youth and women so as they can start their own businesses, and the Access to Government Procurement Opportunities AGPO, which stated that at least 30% of all the procurement tenders that are from government are to be awarded to women and youth. So the key institutions that have been very key in trying to support the implementation of STI in trying to create job creation, we have the equivalent of NSTIC in Kenya, that is NACOSTI, National Commission of Science, Technology and Innovation. Then we have the NRF, that is the National Research Fund. Kenya National Innovation Agency, which is currently very much involved in trying to push the youth agenda, trying to create opportunities and linkages between the private sector and the government in trying to just spur the growth of innovation amongst the youth. Then we have the Kenya Private Sector Association, which is the umbrella body that brings together all the private sector that are responsible in trying to come up with innovation strategies or innovations that create jobs for youth. Then, of course, you have the Ministry of Education, which is the mother state department that is anchoring or its key, or they are the ones driving the policy formulation of STI and also its implementation. Then we also have the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, which is supposed to provide some sort of protection to innovators who are at times, or most of the time, scared when it comes to coming up with the innovations, thinking that someone can decide to run away with the innovations, and so they try and give that particular comfort to them by protecting them. And we have, of course, UNESCO, which contributes to the building of culture, peace, and eradication of poverty, sustainable development, and intercultural dialogue through education, sciences, culture, communication, and information. So all those are institutions that in one way or the other, once they're stringed together, they try and promote the promotion of STI, trying to create job creations for the youth in Kenya. So I'll quickly go through the challenges for youth employment in Kenya, and I've placed them in 4 categories. That is the youth unemployment crisis, skill gaps, institutional challenges, and systematic factors. So I'll start with the first one, which is the youth unemployment crisis. And we tend to, and when I say we, I mean Kenya. So we tend to produce around 500,000 to 800,000 graduates every year into the job market. That's a huge number, considering that we were supposed to, or if I'm to put it into context, in the year 2017, we were supposed to create 6.5 million jobs. So out of 6.5 million jobs, between 2013 2017, the 5-year period, we were only able to create 826,000 jobs. That is, if we try to even put it in percentage form, I guess it should be in the range of 0.00 something. So there's still a lot to be done to try and cover that gap of trying to increase the job creation numbers in the country. Then, however, on a positive note, 80% of the newly created jobs were in the informal sector. It's good news in some way, and it's also bad news in some way. So good news, at least there are people who are getting some formal, not some formal, they're getting some form of payment that they can use to sustain themselves. Bad news is there's no guarantee of the lifespan of their jobs, and the social benefits are not as fair as their counterparts in the formal employment. So the second challenge that I would want to quickly talk about is the skill gaps, whereby we have mismatch in what the industry wants and what the institutions of higher learning are producing. So, for instance, we have currently, I saw a job advert. They are asking now for some sort of AI tools. You should the candidate who's going to be employed has to have some level of AI tools, which is clearly a very new field. But I'm not so sure in the last 4 years we've been having some sort of AI training in our schools. So you have around 500 to 800,000 graduates that we are chucking out into the market, into the job market, but without relevant skills that the employer needs at that particular time. So this misalignment actually contributes to the high job, to the high unemployment amongst youth that Kenya is currently facing. Then, when it comes to the institutional challenges, to be honest, the Kenyan government has tried to come up with programs that are to help spur youths to come up with ventures that they can use to create, or rather they can use to be self-employed. One of the strategies that they came up with was the introduction of Uwezo Fund, whereby youths were given some sort of a loan to try and put up the business, then repay the government after a particular period. But as things went, there were a lot of losses that the government registered around that period, and they were not able to recoup some of the monies that they were able to loan to the grantees. Then we also have the application processes of some of these funds. They are just too tedious. Some people are not very keen to be able to finish all the things that are required for one to be able to access some of these particular loans are not accessible to the applicants. so making it a little bit hard for them to receive some of the funds. Then on the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, the body that is supposed to cover some of the young innovators from loss of intellectual property, during the research we came to understand that very few youth in the country were aware of the existence of this particular body, which to us came as a surprise because the way it's structured in such a manner that's supposed to cover the innovators. And upon further delving into finding out what could be the issue, we noticed that it's so hard even to access, like a normal person, even if you tried to access them via the virtual platform, it's so hard for them to respond in the manner that you'd expect them to respond. So it becomes, and also we noticed they are based in maybe Nairobi and other counties that may need their services. They find it a bit hard for them to access the services of the KIPI. So such challenges, such institutional challenges have greatly contributed to youth unemployment in the country. Then when it comes to systematic factors, we have the intense competition for that are there for the employment positions. You can post, or you can see a post that requires 2 candidates, but from the applications that you receive, you can receive in thousands. So you can see there's a lot of intense competition in trying to secure employment for the youth. But another thing would be in terms also of the requirement that's required, in that people require people to have some sort of experience. So if I take you back to the figures that I was telling you about, if every year, so now that we're in 2024, we are to release 500,000 graduates who are going into the job market, but they have no relevant experience in that particular sector. So the employer is not willing to take a fresh graduate and take them through the program of training them so that they can be fit for the company. So the company will most of the time prefer getting someone who has experience over the fresh graduates. So with such, it becomes a bit hard for the youth to get the necessary experience that the employer is looking for, and it renders them jobless for most of the time. Then I'm not so sure whether nepotism and corruption happens in other countries, but for this particular study, it was very evident that it happens in Kenya. So people at times are, I don't know whether to say requested, but they are asked to pay for some amount so that they can be shortlisted to get into some of these positions. In the newspaper, I think 2 weeks back, there was a feature story where someone parted ways with almost 900,000 Kenya shillings to secure an interview at the Public Service Board. But all these people were just conmen. They tried to find their way of just looting from people who were largely unaware of what's happening. So there are people who have lost money, but it gives an indicator of what's happening in the system. So when it comes to the opportunities that we think can be harnessed to try and bring about or decrease the youth unemployment rate in the country, we want to leverage technology and data analytics to bridge the information gap in labor market intelligence. So as it is currently in Kenya, they can't really tell you that we have a shortage of this profession. For instance, we can't say we need X number of doctors right now, or we need X number of engineers right now. So if we have something that can be used to give information and relevant information to an employer so that they may be able to fill the quotas that they require, and also get the same information to the institutions of higher learning or the TVETs where the youths are being trained, so that they can be more precise in what they are training and getting out graduates who are actually a good fit for most of the businesses. When it comes to policy formulation, again, I heard here that some countries like Kenya have taken services of experts like from McKinsey to come and develop some policies for them, but they are not in sync with the context of the country. So over time, we get to realize the disconnect always has will always develop a problem at some point in that value chain. So it is necessary for the government of Kenya and all the responsible stakeholders to try and come up with a responsive policy that are aligned with the present and future needs of the job market, so as to ensure that the youths are being prepared for better opportunities. Then also, when it comes to the promotion of innovation, I think there should be improved access to finance and skills development programs to support entrepreneurial ventures, and also encourage innovation through policies and programs that are aligned to Vision 2030. When it comes to enhanced support, I think borrowing from the example I was talking about earlier on the TTS application process of some of the available funds, like the WESO fund, it would be good for the government to simplify some of the application processes for funding programs so that more youths can be able to access some of these grants. Also, when it comes to training and developing the capacity of the youth, as we noticed, some of these people are not even able to, or rather, they didn't know how to utilize the funds that they got. So they got themselves into some hole that they could not get themselves out, tarnishing their credit scores, becoming hard for them to even access loans in the future. So if the youth can be able to be trained, mentored, so as to access more resources and come up with ventures that can help in trying to provide or increase employment opportunities for other people, then it would be a good score for Kenya. So some of the best practices that we noted, one was the recognition of prior learning policy framework, which acknowledges that we have people, for instance, in the informal sector, that is, we call them Jokali, who are skilled in a particular sector. For instance, there are welders who are very good and have done it for a number of years, but they are not able to access some opportunities because they require some form of papers, or they would, if at all they would want to advance in their skills, they cannot even get to get into any formal education sector because, for instance, for you to be admitted at the university, you really have to start from a very far process. So the RPL has made it quite easy for the people who may not have the formal degrees, so that they can get the certification that they need. They can use now that to advance their career if at all they want to register in any formal institution, and also just make them employable, because there are people who require papers for you to get opportunities. So if at all they have the recognition certificate for the same, it becomes easier for them to access some of this opportunity. Then the promotion of TVET and STEM education, For the longest time, TVETs in Kenya have been looked at a second tier level of education, because everyone from high school, all they think is they want to go to the university. So TVETs have been looked at as for failures. So those people who didn't perform quite well, this is where they are absorbed. But slowly, I think there's been, the narrative around TVETs has been changing over time, because there's a lot of skill training in the TVETs, which arguably they are way better than whatever is being taught in the universities. And of course, with the large numbers that are being now admitted in TVETs, and thanks to the Kenyan government, which they have tried to put TVET institutions across all the 47 counties so that they can absorb more of this youth who are coming through the high school. So those who are not even able to complete the primary school, they can be able to find some space in TVETs and just enhance their capacity in different skill sets. Kenya has came up with an innovation outlook in 2022. And I think it can be duplicated across African countries, because the outlook came up, or rather provided, the various innovations that are in place that have been actually done by mostly the youth, and it gives an idea and encouragement to all those who may want to undertake certain ventures, but they have not been able to do so. So people can be able to see the sectors that have gaps that they can actually try and fill with their innovations, and in that process also tend to create employment for more people. Then when it comes to partnership-based initiatives, we've had some donors coming in and helping with supporting some of the initiatives. MasterCard has been very instrumental in doing a lot of that in Kenya. There are very many success stories that are emanating from these particular partnership-based initiatives. Then I can go to the policy recommendations for Kenya, and we thought that learning institutions should apply a holistic approach in their pedagogy to enhance skills development among youth. So they can try and teach or impart not only the whatever learners are being taught, that it's examinable, but also try to impart some sort of soft skills that can make the students to be more holistic when they're getting into the job market. Then the recognition of prior learning policy framework across the country should be advertised to promote its awareness and uptake, and should be 2 weeks back or 3. I saw the President of Kenya actually was in the forefront of trying to promote this particular framework, which is now getting the traction that requires. Then the third one is conduct regular in-depth research of Kenyan labor market trends and demand for skills to guide policy formulation and program development. Of course, the policy that are going to be formed as a result of this are evidence-based, and they are going to be impactful, so that they are trying to fit, they are more contextual as compared to the policy formulated with consultants who may not be in touch with whatever is happening in the country. Then there's a need to invest in the modernization of TVET infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, there's a way that TVETs had been viewed in the country. And of course, that means that most of the infrastructure in those TVETs are old school or obsolete in some cases. So there's need to modernize some of the infrastructures that are in those particular institutions, so that the learners who come from them, they can be able to learn skills that are more relevant into the current job market. I'll go to Uganda. And again, Uganda has also a Vision 2040, which promotes, again, STI, trying to create more jobs for the youth. However, we noticed that there's a huge number of youths who are in the informal sector as compared maybe to other countries. Like an interesting statistic here was we had 41% of youth who are involved in subsistence farming. So it could not, the subsistence farming, that means there is no, they're not gaining any particular economic empowerment from it because they're just planting their own food. But in terms of the policies and programs that contribute to youth employment in Uganda, we have the Presidential Initiative on Skilling the Girl Child, which they provide some sort of training and funds for, this is specifically for women, so that they can be able to try and open up their ventures. Then we have the National Science Technology Innovation Policy of 2009, the Presidential Initiative on STI, then Vision 2040, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, which is also quite similar to the Presidential Initiative on Skilling the Girl Child, and the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. In terms of the institutions that are supporting youth employment in Uganda, most of them are, of the key ones, are from government. Then we have the Innovation Village, which is more of a startup, but it's a startup hub, but it's doing a lot in trying to create employment, especially in the development, in the developers space, IT space. So if I dash to the challenges that that Uganda faces when it comes to youth employment, Uganda has a slow economic growth, which in return, the ripple effect of it is that it slows the growth limit of the companies that are in that place, hence limiting the creation of new job opportunities, especially in the formal sector. Again, the small formal labor markets, because of the limited number of the people who can be employed, then the competition for the formal jobs is quite stiff, and it knocks out very many youths from accessing formal employment in Uganda. And that leaves the informal sector as the only sector that can absorb most of them. But again, the informal sector is characterized by poor working conditions, low wages, and limited social protections, which are not attractive to the youth. When it comes to the cycle of poverty and limited social mobility, it's quite related to the previous point that I've just talked about, and the slow economic growth, plus now the small formal labor markets, it forms some sort of a vicious cycle that there's nothing much that is coming out of it. So when it comes to limited education or vocational skills, that's making it difficult for youth to break free from this cycle. You find that the curriculum may not include some of the key skills that are needed by the youth and also that are needed by the job market. So creating some sort of misalignment in the two. Challenges, there's, no, these are the, sorry. Okay. So on the comprehensive strategies for economic growth, we have policies that are promoting a business-friendly environment and entrepreneurship that are supposed to be crucial in trying to push for economic, or rather for job creation amongst the youth. So such things as tax breaks are very attractive to the youth, but again you find that there are very many hindrances that make it hard for youths to try and venture into some of startups or come up with job creation ventures that can create employment for their fellow youths. There's also a very huge number of youths who lack the financial literacy, in that they go for some of these loans that are being offered by the programs that are there, but they misuse it, or they end up not repaying the loans, again affecting their credit scores and making it hard for them to access loans in the future that they can be able to use to spur their, or rather to scale some of their ventures. So some of the best practices for youth employment in Uganda, I can talk about the commissioning of Kira Motors. Kira, they develop their own vehicles, and unlike what we've seen in most countries, it has actually done a lot in trying to bring in a lot of ladies into this particular profession. So engineering, because that is their core field, is not, engineering and mechanics, it's not commonly a ladies field, but they have really tried to open it up so that we have over 8,000 ladies who are employed directly or indirectly when it comes to Chira Motors operations. We also have, in terms of youths that have been employed, generally they are talking of about a number of 24,000 who benefit from it directly or indirectly. Then the establishment and encouragement of vocational practices, a lot of focus has been put into vocational practice. In most districts in Uganda, they have set up some of these vocational practice institutions, and a lot of funds has been directed to it just to ensure that most of the youth, and especially girls, are being skilled to be able to help them come up with ventures or just be self-employable. So when it comes to the policy recommendations, we think that strengthening collaboration between industry actors and TVETs to improve skills development and address skill mismatch is a key item that needs to be addressed. We noted during the research that a lot of TVETs do have programs that are not necessarily regulated by the Ministry of Education. So they're just, because there's a lot of TVETs that have sprung up, and someone could just come and develop their own curriculum that they think would work best for them. So in trying to improve the skills mismatch, it's good for both industry and TVETs to have some sort of a communication channel so that they can be able to inform each other of what they need, so that the TVETs can be able to respond to that particular need. Then it would be good if most of the youths get access of financial literacy, so that it can help them to be able to prudently manage the resources that they do get, and also make it possible for them to access some of these resources in the future, even as they're thinking of scaling and getting to employ other youths. Then both the government and private sector stakeholders need to promote entrepreneurship and innovation among young people by creating conducive policies that may not necessarily scare the youth from trying to venture into entrepreneurship, but encourage them so as they may be able to, for those who have entrepreneurial mind, they can jump into entrepreneurship and also get to create some space for others who may not be so entrepreneurial minded. Then lastly, development partners can provide more scholarships and financial aid for youthful students studying STEM courses, so that there's a lot of innovation that emanates from the STEM courses, and if at all there's financial aid or there's scholarship provided to youth and mostly women in schools, they can be able to try, even from their projects, try and see then how they can be able to commercialize whatever they're working in, so as to create more opportunities for themselves and for their fellow young people, so as to make them employable and also to reduce the rate of unemployment in Uganda. So that's it from Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wentland. I told you it is going to be mouthful. So I hope you are not very hungry. We almost finalizing. The question and answer session will come after lunch. But let us just finish this and then have two quick ones, two short presentations from our grantees so that you can see what they are doing. So I just want to finish in terms of excuse me, the conclusion. We are looking at from our results. In general, we have STI policies and institutions that are set up to support the job creation, skills development, and generally support the STI sector in ensuring economic development. So we also have the priority sectors across the countries, agriculture, energy, education, trade, among others that are focused on. We have seen the challenges, we've heard of them. We are looking at a huge percentage of unemployment, especially in the youth, insufficient technological development and infrastructure, low entrepreneurship, gender inequality, and many others that are already there. So in terms of, so we have seen that there is some level of outputs or outcomes from this implementation of these policies. And there are some countries with varying levels of successes. And of course, lessons learned from some of the failures. And then, so in short, this study underscores the importance of addressing the challenges such as the insufficient funding, low entrepreneurship, and we are looking at how to tap into the STI to ensure that there is increased creation of jobs, and we are looking at this in connection with also the kind of governance that is required to efficiently run these programs. So there are quite a number of recommendations, and most of them you can see them. Those that are particularly for each country are in the policy briefs. But in general, we are looking at implementing the recommendation of African governments and UNESCO of having a GDP, 1% of GDP dedicated for R&D and STI. So that is very critical. That is the start of the better things. We are looking at enacting stringent policies and laws to support technological innovation and entrepreneurship. We have seen an example of Rwanda putting very strict conditions and putting policies forth that would support entrepreneurship, especially within the country. and also embracing STI in all the sectors. We are also looking at forging collaborations with and partnerships with key stakeholders, developing platforms where there is open engagement with all the stakeholders. That could be very critical. Sometimes we have different ministries working in silos, but if you have interministerial coordination, can help harmonize, especially some of these STI issues, which are cross-cutting and not necessarily, okay, it's not sector-based, it cuts across all the sectors. So there should be some form of coordination and harmonization. Then develop and enhance digital platforms for the efficiency of delivery of STI disciplines. I think I've mentioned that, especially and education, entrepreneurship education in higher education, critical. You know, some researchers would want to develop their technologies, but they wouldn't think beyond that. They wouldn't think about entrepreneurship. They wouldn't think about commercialization of their products. They would focus mainly on getting the innovation. So we need to look at the innovations beyond development and look at how to commercialize and create entrepreneurship opportunities. Mainstream STI and entrepreneurship in the curricula of educational institutions. That is the step. You need to have this inculcated amongst the students so that they are able to think entrepreneurial. So entrepreneurial thinking is critical. Then strengthen national institutions with capacity to adequately implement STI policies and programs. And that's why I mentioned the Science Granting Initiative, Science Granting Council's initiative, which is actually doing this in 17 countries. And this needs to be done more. We need more stakeholders getting into this so that there is an efficient way of running and implementing policies on STI and STI programs. Finally, we need to look at investing in the necessary infrastructure and equipment and human resource capacity to support STI and entrepreneurial training. So, as I said, the infrastructure is very critical. If you don't have that, then there's no way you can move. So, and we are looking at this, especially in the rural areas. You find in the urban areas, you have Wi-Fi, there's a lot of better internet connectivity. But now you want to connect with someone who's in the rural area, who is doing very good things in the rural areas, it becomes almost impossible because the connectivity is not there or it's very poor. And then there's no efficient communication. Kigali Innovation City, very nice. These initiatives, they require some form of public-private partnerships, which is very, very important. Now, I want to thank you very much for listening to this presentation. And I want to particularly thank our partners and our hosts, our partners, MasterCard Foundation and the Afrexim Bank. We also have our hosts, the National Council of Science and Technology, for their support and arranging all this. Thank you very much. So, before we go for lunch, I know you're all hungry. We have our grantees. If you look at on the side there, there's a beautiful lady doll there with very nice hairstyle. So, I want to welcome Mr. Kimani Muturi, who is the CEO of TextFund, and our grantee, who has managed to use banana fiber to develop those products you can see there. These are hair, what do you call them? I don't want to talk about it. Let him come here and tell us what he's doing. And then we will finally have Rahab to give us a presentation as well. So let us give him an applause.
Thank you so much. As they set the presentation, I would like to mention that this region of East Africa is very rich in natural resources, and specifically the vegetation and the crops that we have. So these crops can be added value, and even non-crops, the vegetations that we have can also be added value to benefit the youth employment through science and innovation. So I'm going to run through this presentation that I prepared for this meeting, basically to present what we have done at Exfad and how we have gone on to develop innovations around banana fibers and also support the youth employment. Texfad is a small company based in Uganda, and it is based in central Uganda, Kampala, but we have a lot of presence in banana growing areas towards the west of the country. Now, the value proposition for this company is to provide sustainable solutions for textiles, hair extensions, and vegan leather using banana fibers. And you know, banana is highly consumed in Uganda, and we also produce quite a lot. And some statistics show that we rank either second or third banana producing countries of the world. But we also rank the first in terms of banana consumption, from a rate of 0.6 to 1 kg per person per day. It's quite big. We eat bananas in the morning as katogo. We eat bananas matoke for lunch. We eat dessert, and we catch up with another matoke in the evening. So by the end of the day, somebody can eat like 2 kilos of bananas, because only 3 fingers would make actually a kilo. So you can imagine that kind of consumption. So, but it is known that banana is food. And little is known that the stem that lies on the garden is a waste. And that waste can be value added. And the products can help the communities that grow bananas, as well as these youths who are not employed in these areas. So, we are used to these kind of products from bananas in our rurals, in our craft shops, in our tourist shops. This is the trend that has been going on for generations in this region or part of Africa. In Kigali here, I also know you must have seen these products made from banana fibers, and they are also very common in craft shops. They are also very common in East Africa, and this is what is known that banana fiber can produce. Now, Texfad has gone on to develop technologies in partnership with a number of organizations, including ATPS. We've worked with ATPS since 2011. That is when we met the organization, and they've been supporting us up to now, and we are grateful for their contribution towards moving this agenda of science and innovation towards developing products that are innovative, that can be commercialized in the communities. So we have developed a banana fiber extractor machinery in partnership with an informal sector that is very active in Uganda, that makes machinery from a non-formal sector. It's a Jua Kali sector, but it's very active. We are now developing a semi-industrial banana fiber extractor machine. That's the first one, the banana fiber extractor, can only make around 10 to 15 kilos per day. And it has a waste of about 20%. So we are trying to now develop a semi-industrial banana fiber extractor. And probably we'll also come again to ATPS to see what we can do to develop fully this banana fiber extractor that can make maybe 200 kilos or 500 kilos of banana fiber per day to service the industry that is now peaking at a fast rate in Uganda. We have developed carpets from these fibers, and the fiber, once you get the fiber, like that one I've displayed there, is a product. So the person who is extracting this fiber can now sell to the handcraft industry because fiber itself is a product. But for us, we have done the carpets. We are actually the largest supplier of hand-woven carpets in the region. And we are majorly focused on banana fiber carpets as well as cotton carpets. We have ventured into banana hair extension, as you can see there in my display. That is biodegradable hair. And this hair is made from banana fibers. And the future of this industry is that our ladies are going to stop using synthetic hairs. They are going to start using biodegradable hairs. And these hairs, actually, when they use them, they can also bring them back to the company at a commission or at an exchange rate that we can agree with them, so that we can also convert them into something else. Or we can now create kind of a manure or an end product that can be done, because they can be recycled as an emphasis for circular economy. We are developing the banana fiber fabrics. I have very small sample there of a banana fiber fabric, which is non-woven. Now, we have softened banana fiber to the level of cotton through science. And this is the future of this industry. Every banana farmer in the coming years will be harvesting the fruit, processing the stem, taking the fibers to a textile mill, and this will be transformed into textiles, which you are going to wear. And I find this industry coming to this region very soon. It is something that is going to help us so that we don't rely on cotton all the time. And since we are growing bananas for food and we are the highest consumers, then for us innovators, we can take advantage of that, because we shall never lack the raw materials that we need to make textiles. Sorry. So this is the machine that we developed, and we have distributed these machines to about 15 farmers. Some of them are farmer groups, and now they extract, after the harvest, they extract the fiber, and then they come and supply us with the fibers, and then we pay them. We no longer extract fibers now from Texford. We are now working with farmers, and farmers are gaining, and also the youths in the same areas are also gaining. We have an outlet where we sell our products in Kampala, and we have established a very good market, especially for banana fiber carpets. We can't actually meet the demand that is there, because these are hand-woven things. They also move slowly as they are made, but they are becoming very popular in the region. So how have we worked with ATPS? We furthered the commercialization of these banana fibers into hair extensions, because that was the concept that was not fully developed. So we requested ATPS to support us in that area, and they came in. It all comes from the waste stem. And you know, for every meal of banana that you have, or even that banana finger that you ate in the morning for breakfast, there is a stem somewhere. Yeah, that is how wasteful, in quotes, the banana is. That for every small piece of banana you get, there is a stem that is wasted. And there are millions of them. I estimate them to be even close to 18 million stems every year that get wasted in Uganda only. And also there is a lot of waste generated in the collection points where farmers bring the fruits for marketing. There is a lot of banana sheets that are wasted there, and there's also an opportunity that we can take, and also youths can take to mitigate that. So our project with ATPS was looking at upscaling and commercialization of sustainable banana fiber hair extensions in Uganda, and that is what we have been doing. So the project activities included identification of suitable banana fiber varieties for manufacturing plant-based hair extensions. We have close to 40 different varieties of bananas in Uganda. And from our experience, we realized that some of them had strong fibers, others didn't have strong fibers. So through research, we have been able to identify and categorize the variety of stems which have strong fibers, and we have recommended them for hair extensions. And those which have weaker fibers, we have deployed those ones for making other handicrafts. So we exactly know what to go for. We have formulated chemicals that are necessary for softening and also relaxing the hair, because we realize that the chemicals that are used to soften the natural hair or the synthetic hair in the market, and we're not doing very well with the plant-based hair extensions. So we have developed these chemicals in partnership with a local company that manufactures these chemicals for hair. We have established a small-scale plant, let me say a pilot plant, for making hair extensions, and we look forward to now upscale from this pilot plant to a bigger plant. We have created a packaging design which is not complete in terms of the printing and preparation, and also we have also come up with brands that we are going to use to brand the hair extensions once they are done. I think I've already talked about this. Maybe I can talk about the bullet number 3. The residues of banana extraction include the sap, the liquid, and also the biomass. This biomass, we dry it and carbonize it and make charcoal briquettes from it. So we have developed a cook stove that uses charcoal briquettes that can burn between 4 to 7 hours continuously. So, and this is what we are using when we are boiling the fibers in preparation for the hair extensions. So that is extracted banana fiber from the stem. That is a collection of chemicals that we have manufactured with the organization, and now we are beginning to discuss about the IPs in terms of these formulations of these chemicals. And that was a preparation of the boiler that we installed, which is now working. And this is a sample of the hair extension that is manufactured, and the sample which is dyed is there. We had a number of impacts that we can report to this forum. We now have confidence that these fibers can make hair extensions, among other things. And we have also realized that this innovation is beginning to impact on the youths who are involved in extraction of these banana fibers, and also and those who have learned the skill of using the machine to extract the fibers. And by the way, these fibers is making money to some of these youths. The highest paid youth who supply us with the fiber earns around 4 million Uganda shillings a month by just supplying our fibers to us. I don't know how much that would translate into, pardon? Around $1,200, somebody earning that by supplying fibers to our company. So you can see it's beginning to take off and have impact in the community. The fiber is also being used as a raw material by these communities. They have adopted it. Those who make baskets, those who make ropes, those who make other craft items have now a new fiber in the market that is making their work now look better, look presentable, look innovative, and is now commanding market locally and internationally. We have also trained various farmers, youths, and women, apart from just extracting, but also how to take care of the stem. Okay? After the fruit has been harvested, how do they take care of the stem so that they don't damage the stems for us to make the banana fiber products? We have created a partnership with these organizations during this period of this project. Desirability Products Limited is the one that we have been using to develop these chemicals. Ecovas is an organization, actually an organization born out of TechSpad that is making charcoal briquettes. Then Central Engineering Company, that is the non-formal company that helps us in fabrication. And then we have now strong ties with Busitama University, which is involved in textile technology and textile science. I think I've talked about that. Banana fiber can also have other uses, apart from what we are doing now through this project. I think it's good to mention this, that it can be spun, and we do this at Texfab, into a yarn, and that yarn can be used for making a number of products, including a craft fabric and many other uses. These are products from Texfab in various places where they have been placed by our clients. Very, very good carpets. There are some samples there which are very small. You can have a feel how they look like. These are crafts that the youths can get engaged in the industry, in the rural areas, and they can create various industries using the same raw materials. Now, for us, we are going to focus. I talked about the fabric, the hair extension, and the vegan leather. That is the areas that we are focusing on as we build an industry. But the rest, we are going to leave them for the youths and the rural women to develop that as a craft. And we are going to continue supporting them as we also seek support to industrialize these other products. Now, all these are opportunities through this value chain. Can get the fabricators of the equipment, can get loom and accessories suppliers of these machines that do weaving, the raw material suppliers, the yarn spinning experts, yarn suppliers, yarn and fiber dyeing experts, hand weavers, product designers, wholesalers of these products, retailers, and transporters. It's a whole value chain that can benefit youths in a country. So, and then there is a long list of many other things that can be done using banana fiber. And I decided to list them there as I put emphasis on the researches and innovations development through partnerships with the universities. I know the universities are doing very well. They are innovating. They are doing researches. They are coming up with very good results. But these results are not commercialized. Most of them, they stay at the university. Once these candidates pass, they get their CGPAs, they graduate, and then they just go home or the streets to look for jobs when they have actually left jobs at the university. So how can we work together as ATPAs and also development partners, we in private sector, to make sure that these researches are unpacked from the universities and commercialized to help our youths so that they can develop. So you can make sanitary pads, you can do fabrics, hair extensions, tea bags from banana fibers, can do wet wipes. There is already a student who is doing this from Busitama University. You can do biodegradable shoes, canvas shoes that can biodegrade in the soil. You can do leather, car interiors, mosquito nets, particle boards, briquettes, even the Kira company that is now manufacturing vehicles in Uganda can also start using banana fiber for their interiors, and we are trying to get in touch with them. So this can help us so much. And when I make this presentation, I'm not just talking about bananas. Banana fiber is what we do, but there are many other plants out there that can be commercialized. I was telling somebody over the tea break that there is this plant just out here where we just taken a picture. It looks like banana, very colorful. And that plant grows very fast. That plant has a leaf like banana. For that leaf to stand like that, it must have fiber inside. So what science can we bring to extract that fiber and commercialize that plant so that farmers can start now growing it? Instead of us growing it as a flower, now it can become a crop, a cash crop that we can grow to extract fibers and make quite a number of things. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Please give him another round. Rehab, please. Sorry, sometimes you plan, but you get other things.
Thank you, Alfred. standing between my presentation and lunch. I know it's a very difficult thing, but I'll try to make it very quick. So I'm here representing Hepta Analytics, and Hepta Analytics is a data analytics and consultancy firm based here in Kigali. And our focus in this research that we partnered, that we were funded by ATPS, really focused on how can we really scale the innovations by bringing the small traders online. And what do we really mean by small traders? When you look at small traders, let's take back to the COVID times. A lot of people were laid off and people started to rely on the skills that they had. Someone could start making chapatis in the house and then they could maybe sell them to different homesteads in the nearby. But also some people can knit sweaters, but where is the market for these people? These people don't have the funding to put up the websites. These people will only rely on WhatsApp groups to reach their customers. But there is more beyond that. There is digitization. So our project overview and the problem statement that we're trying to really focus on, and in this particular research, we try to look at, we have a lot of e-commerce platforms that are available, but what about that rural trader, that one who is leading, who is doing agriculture, that one who, they are farming the fruits, the bananas, they have potatoes, the carrots. How can we be able to ensure that they have access to the right markets, they're getting compensated fairly, as well as they are able to benefit and even create a bigger impact in their neighborhood. So basically for us is to provide more accessible markets. As we know, they are quite fundamental in the agricultural sector. If that farmer is not able to produce, that means that even people in the city are going to suffer. And then also, the key area is, if you look at they are lacking the capability, the capacity to sell, as well as the access to market. And yet, how can they really reach a bigger market than just in their neighborhood? And we have seen that in the different markets, we kind of rely on brokers, which through this study, as we started, we actually thought brokers are bad, but they're actually not really bad, but there is a way we can innovate around it. And so what we are doing is that we are seeking to make it easy for small traders to set affordable, reliable, and safe online shops powered by data and AI. So we want to establish conversational AI and leverage it in e-commerce. And what do we mean by that? We want to ensure that the way we chat on our WhatsApp platform is the same thing that we could use in e-commerce. This is what we implemented, and this is what we wanted to test in this project. And our very proposition for these traders is basically to ensure that they have a digital online catalog. And what do we mean by that? Someone who is in a market in Rwanda, Ghana, they have the best pineapples you can ever get. They have the best bananas. But in Kigali, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware that I can actually be getting fresh product in bulk being brought to Kigali at my doorstep. We always rely on either going to the market if you're able to, or you can go to your neighboring shop or supermarket, which obvious, the cost of those items have almost tripled. So we wanted to ensure that that trader, we are providing them with a shop. This is just a fully fledged shop where we can put their catalog online. We also wanted to ensure that we are catering for logistics, we're integrating logistics into the shop as well as the payment mechanisms. But we also wanted to provide analytics and insights to these farmers such that they are able to know what do people really want. Are they interested in more bananas, or during the weekend, is it when I should have more products prepared so that we can be able to ship to Kigali? Is Monday the best day? Is Wednesday, Thursday? And also the last aspect is, yes, we are the traders, but we also have to look at what does the consumer want? What does the individual who is coming to shop want? So for us, it's getting to bring all those aspects, all the traders, the potato, the carrot, in one platform where these users can be able to shop from. And we also want to provide unique and fresh products, as well as to offer even promotions. We're able to tell you that you can shop from all these 5 shops, and we can bring this to your doorstep. I know someone would ask, how is it different from the e-commerce that have been running? The idea for this is that you're not really buying. We have seen e-commerce platforms like Jumia, which obviously have crossed here at the market in Rwanda, which offers buying from different shops here in Kigali. For us, we wanted to be able to bring the rural traders online. Hence, we are bringing what the rural traders are producing to the market in Kigali. So basically, our project objective, understanding the challenges that they face, testing the usability of the Keza platform, as well as now move on to the next stage of incorporating the new improved specifications on the Keza platform, as well as how can we now validate the Keza business model. So basically, our analytical framework plugs into how do the markets work, because we have seen a lot of e-commerce platform coming into the market. Right now, we definitely have very few. We only have one like Vuba Vuba, which is really in the food industry, but we are seeing a lot of them coming into the market and failing. But then the question goes into, why are we really failing? Is it that we are creating platforms just for the case of it? Or is there really something or a need that we are trying to address? And as we looked at the bigger picture, we have to, for us to really understand this, we went deeper into understanding what are the market trends and emerging challenges. We are seeing people leveraging AI, but how can we really incorporate it into what we are doing? Is it going to be a hindrance, or is it going to be something that we can leverage to make things easier? So also, who are these actors in the market, and how do they ensure that the market is ready for that farmer? But how do we also empower that farmer so that the market does not get to suffer? So, but also at the end of the day, we have identified that there are different ways that we can be able to run the market as well as these platforms. But what are the innovations that we are coming up with that actually respect the cultural, the social, but also addressing the different needs of that specific group? So our platform, so this is the Keza platform, and this is the Keza Mall, where we have the different shops where the users registered, and they can be able to run their product online. So we did a pilot study of the platform using 10 different participants, which we had a split of 50-50. And our area of choice was first in Kigali, because when we developed this platform, our main user was based in Kigali. But we decided that main user might not be the only person who could benefit. So we extended our research into the Rwanda. This was at the beginning of the project. And the outcomes of that was that the farmers and the vendors were pretty much interested with the platform. They were keen to share it with their networks, but also their purchases started small, but they increased in time. But later, without our supervision and assistance, they kind of decreased. But also you have to ask yourself, why did the purchases as well as the usage of the platform decrease? For us, we had incorporated AI, which is really, really a good thing. But we found out that the people on the rural areas, they were struggling, but they were also not ready to speak up to us as the people coming from Kigali going to do the interviews, as well as recommending them to use the platform. So what did we do? We now decided that looking at what we faced as the pilot study and the use of the platform, we really need to understand what is their needs. If we really have to move from Kigali and address that farmer, what do they really need to, what do we really need to address? So we moved to the different markets. This is Chiriri market, as well as the Bisenga modern markets. And in this research was us speaking to the different farmers in the market, understanding do you ever focus beyond just selling to the people who just stop with their cars, or do you want to move forward and definitely talk to other partners? And also, the other thing that we realized is that through our research and through us coming from Kigali and talking to these individuals during the 10 pilot study, the individuals and the traders that we talked to in Ramagana, they were very hesitant to speak to us. They were a bit shy. They don't want to provide us with a lot of information. And this is where we went back to the table and looked to how do we really create partnerships around what we are building to ensure that that farmer will feel comfortable leveraging a platform that we are creating. So we thought of now partnering with the different institutions that are here in Kigali and no, not Kigali, outside of Kigali. And one of the institutions where I was IPRC Geshari. So this is a TVET focusing on agriculture, and the students there are more keen to work with the farmers, and they have come from the neighborhood. So we got 2 ambassadors. These are students who had completed their studies so that they could be able to lead us in actually conducting the market research. So these were just the team at the different Geshari. But also, we wanted to go beyond Ramagana. So we also looked at which is the next place where we can really leverage this technology, but also get great feedback. So we also partnered with IPRC Mosanze, as well as University of Rwanda, Kavinya, CAVM, yeah. So that we could also work with the students, bring them on board, and now these are our digital ambassadors who will now be speaking to the farmers through our guidance. Okay, so this is the University of Rwanda, and these are some of the farmers that we are talking to. So through this, we did a market assessment. So we had a target of doing 50, but we managed to go up to 82 respondents. And the districts that we focused on, as you can see, was Ramagana as well as Musanze. And the main products that the traders that we're dealing with we are focusing on were mostly poultry, fruits, vegetable, piggery, and the Musanze side was mostly in potatoes, beans, fruits, and vegetables. The gender distribution of these participants, 70%, which is really huge, was male, and the female were 39%. One thing we came to realize is that even if the participant was a female, and they are the ones selling, they are the one at the forefront, they always wanted to volunteer their husband's name to be the one written as the respondent. So that was a huge challenge that we faced. And when we looked at the actual statistics of the individual that we spoke to, they were slightly more female than the one that we represent here, than the males, but we were not yet 50-50 gender breakdown. If you look at the age of the people that we focused on, we can see that the majority were, they were in the youth, but on the upper youth, looking at 36 to 45. But in general, the youth group was very huge. So also looking at those individuals, we wanted to understand, if you're really bringing this solution, you really need to understand where they're coming from. Their education, most of them, it's primary and below. That means they have the knowledge, they have the language, they can understand their environment, but they didn't really go to higher training. We also looked at what were their ICT skills level to basically understand if you're bringing an e-commerce platform or we want to digitize what you're doing, do you really have any knowledge in this? And as you can see, the majority were rated 1, which is very, very low, close to not having used a phone for anything more than just calling people. We also looked at what are their digital marketing skills. Most of them responded very low, but we also noted that most of them had shared in group channels of what they do. So we can give it to them that the digital skills they have is sharing in WhatsApp group, saying this is what I sell, I can be found in this. We also looked at if we really wanted to provide logistics, how really far were they? Because the first model for us was to be able to deliver things on a day-to-day basis, but it was gonna be expensive. So looking at the distance from the main road, we found that at least most of them were less than a kilometer, but you really can't, this road starts to be a bit rough. When it rains, they are not even accessible. As well as we also looked at what is their knowledge in the e-commerce area, and the majority had no experience with it and they didn't even understand. But also we wanted to know, have they even had or used any of the e-commerce platform? And definitely the majority had not used. So these are just some of the highlights from the research. And from this, so we have seen that the bigger challenges for us to reinvent KEZA 2.0, the bigger challenges that we have to focus on is how can we create a solution that does not really heavily rely on a smartphone, but also how can we also make the transportation cheaper because it was very expensive to be able to be bringing to Kigali every day. But as well as how do we really ensure quality control? So we created a platform where the farmer is selling, we're getting things, we're bringing to Kigali, but we realized that a lot of farmers don't really consider the quality of the product, so they bring and then the user rejects. So what is the next phase for definitely Keza? So from what we have identified through this research, we have come to see that we can't create an online platform for the farmers that we have seen. They don't know what online platforms are. They have not used e-commerce. They also don't have any ICT skills knowledge. So our model right now is to have people who are in the middle. I would say like brokers, but for us it's more of how do we work with students, ambassadors? How do we create a hierarchy that we have the Keza, but the people that the farmers will interact with are the ambassadors who will help them create this platform, these shops. But also, instead of us focusing on a shop, it was better for us to focus on a market. There was collective effort in people saying, I would really want to just be in the same place with my colleague so that I know there is safety, because this is something new, and if we are there as a group from the same place, we feel more safer. And then also, how can we really leverage basically messages or even USSD so that someone can be able to add into their catalog? They don't need to rely on internet connection. But then also, how do we really do mass shipping of the products per 2 days to reduce the cost? And I think what we have come to realize with this is we definitely have to either identify the days for shipping things like vegetables. If it's on a weekend, there's 1 day and we get them fresh and pre-ordered, instead of just having the users come into the platform. So this has been the outcome of the research, and this is currently where we are. I think it's more of, we have understood why Jumia opened and closed, why Market Force is opening and closing, and it means that we really need to innovate around the solutions that we are creating to ensure that we are bringing in the cultural aspect, as well as the language barrier that we have, as well as making solutions that we are creating easily accessible to people who do not have a lot of knowledge when it comes to ICT, but well as address their needs and make sure that they are benefiting from what we create. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause. Thank you very much, Rayab, for the presentation. I know you have a lot of questions from all those presentations since morning, but you still hold on those questions. We will be back after lunch. So I'm thinking that we go now and we'll be back by 2:30 or 2:15, 2:30. We begin. So 1 hour lunch is okay. Okay? So let us appreciate ourselves for being patient. Thank you very much. See you after lunch.
You are right. See, the same level here, closer. Yeah. Yes.
start. Interest of time, I think it's better we start. And this is a question and answer session. We will make it a bit brief because there are other things that we need to do before we close. So I think we'll start by taking the first 5 questions. And when you're asking your question, please just state your name and the institution you're coming from, and then ask the question. You may address it to a particular person or particular presentation for purposes of record, and then for purposes of response as well. We get the response from the relevant person. So we can have mics around, one in that table, another one there, so that whoever is ready to ask, they can ask their questions. And then from this session, we will go next to a panel discussion where we have particular people who have been assigned to participate in this session, and they will be giving us their perspectives around the theme and the topics that we are discussing today. So let us have the first 5 questions. So there is one, Belete, and then 2 from Ibrahim. Any other person? So let us hear from Belete, and then we can continue.
Okay. Thank you. I am Wandasan from ATPS Ethiopia. Mr. Kimani's presentation was very interesting, and he has a very promising work. But what I would like to ask him is, other people can make use of his works without his consent if he doesn't get protection for his work. So has he done anything to get intellectual property protection for his works? The other question is he considering the export market in the future, especially for the hair extensions, since there is a big demand in different African countries? I would like to be clear on this.
I don't know whether he's still here.
Hello?
Okay. I don't know whether Mr. Kimani is here, but let's hear the next question. I don't know whether we will repeat or we'll summarize it for him when he comes. Okay, okay. Ibrahim?
Thank you. My name is Ibrahim. I don't know if I'm asking a question or just making a
Comment
about how excited I am with the presentations. The first part, you are very, detailed presentations, which lived to the promise you gave us that it was going to be a chunk of it. And the second part about, your grantees and the kind of useful work that you are doing. And I remember the conversations that we have been having with Nicholas throughout this project and how we want to shape it up. Because the idea was, how do we identify opportunities for young people, holding the SDI policies and the stakeholder. And from your presentation, then you have this idea that SDI policies are kind of a package that are designed up there, and the young people and the communities that are persuaded, this is what we have. How do you try to fit in, right? But when you look at your grantees, you have a sense that these are actually people who have kind of started informally from the bottom and are pushing things up, which for me tries to tell me that I think what we are persuaded to do is to flip the way in which we design SDI policies, knowing that it is science is made for communities, not for elites, right? Communities benefit. So I think what I wanted, as part of thinking about the next steps in this project, we have a situation where young people do not participate. You didn't capture them in your studies that there are any stakeholders communities are not stakeholders. And there are all details that you can discuss about how SDI policies have evolved in Africa and where we find ourselves where we are now, from how the policies were designed during the colonial period to serve a colonial project. Then there was the nationalist project of the 1970s and 80s. And now that we have a broad kind of privatization agenda where we are being encouraged, can you partner with the private sector to do something? And in all that framing, something misses out, a nationalist vision. Yesterday, I like listening, and I listened to the president of this country speak yesterday was it Bayes? And they said, we do not need Africa to be persuaded that they need to be sovereign. And we do not need to continue making recommendations that the development partners should assist. Africa has the resources. What we need to do is how to free everything and try to see how the continent can benefit. And I think that is the reality we had in this project. How do we can think about an SDI policy that responds to the needs of the continent, that appeals to the needs and aspirations of young people and the informal sector. I've always persuaded Nicholas that if we are talking about 60% of young people in the continent trying to do something in the informal sector, I think we need to think about them more seriously in terms of policy, in terms of designing interventions. Then designing a policy, if you look at the Kenyan presentation, we are talking about graduate unemployment, which means university graduates. And yet we know we actually do not have a serious problem at that level, right? So how do we design this policy to very critically engage, to very critically benefit from the capacities that we have seen, with people thinking about what to do with the banana stems and all that? Because those capacities exist among young people. They exist among our women in markets. That's why you saw the commercial platform going to markets to speak to women. They know something. They may not be doing research in the formal sense that we think about it in academics. It may be unconventional, but it is something, and they are heading somewhere. And I think that is how, how do we flip these SDI policies so that they are not only focusing on an elite, and they can focus on the bottom, where a lot of work is happening in a very informal sense. Energy started to be harvested, but where because of the manner policies are designed, even attracting funding, intervention, any kind of intervention is sometimes missed out because of the approach. It's not a question, I just wanted to comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that can also be addressed during the panel discussion. I think some of the people who work under such environments and they can have ideas, because we will have a mix of entrepreneurs, researchers, and government people. So they'll talk to each other today, and they tell us what can be done and what cannot be done. Yes, there was a question to Kimani. You can repeat it for his sake.
I have also a question. I'm Daniel. I'm in the private sector, Daniel Mirimo. So my question is going to...
Please speak up a little bit.
To Rahab for her product, Keza. I think she can be the one to testify, to share with us her journey against this research with the first, objective. The one is saying that to see the STI policy and the institutional landscape, to understand what works, what doesn't work. So she'll be the one to tell us in her journey, from the concept to the realization of the project, how did she navigate it in this landscape? That was helpful. So I want to hear from her, because she's from, her product is from Rwanda, so she can tell us what her experience here in Rwanda. So the second question is still going to her. I didn't see, for her project, how to monetize it. So she's not an NGO. The project has to generate some income. So what was the challenges in the market? She wants to bring a product. of course, there is even the adoption is a problem. But once the product is adopted, how is it generating? Because if the grant is for a certain time, after that, we wish her to continue. How is it going to be sustainable? That was the two questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know, is Rhea B again?
Rehab left a while back.
So bad.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kimani is back. I asked a question when we were out. I started by appreciating your work. You have invested your time, money, and knowledge to come up with all those inventions. But if you don't get protection for those works, anybody who has interest can make use of the inventions without your consent. So have you tried to protect your works in the intellectual property office? The other one is about the market. You know, the hair extension, especially, all the inventions have big markets, but when you take the hair extension, it has a big market in different African countries. So I think it's a good idea if you consider planning to export your products to different African countries. Do you have that in mind, or are you yet not in that stage? Thanks.
Thank you for the questions. Now, about the IP, I have applied for 2 IPs, actually patents. The first one is for hair extension. I have applied for the process patent. And then the other one is also for the softening of banana fiber to the level of cotton. I've also applied that. But I've not got, it's just at the early stages of processing these patents. The rest I've not applied, and I may not, because those are craft-related technologies that are up for grabs. Every business has a business secret and has a strategy. And I know when I started this work, I knew people would see it and go and replicate. And I'm very open. When you come to our industry, the doors are open, you see whatever we are doing. But since I knew it is a craft process which can be easily picked up by communities, so that's why you find that I'm trying to make hair and I'm trying to make a fabric and I'm trying to make leather, because at that level, that is highly scientific. It may not be taken by a popular culture within the community. There now you can file IPs and be able to establish yourself in a business of that magnitude, but while supporting those craft industries that are upcoming. About the markets specifically for hair, one thing I have realized, there is a lot of resistance from our people, especially in Uganda, where we've tried the hair. Somebody feels funny to feel that I'm wearing a banana fiber hair. You're wearing what? Banana fiber? So, it puzzles and it looks something weird. But all this is how new technologies appear at the beginning, okay? Until they hit the market. But we have a lot of, let me say, a lot of interest from diaspora markets, and we have sent samples to about 3 countries in Europe, and recently we sent another sample to US, to somebody in the US. And there we are going to get markets, and that is where we shall start from. As people down here in East Africa take their time to probably get accustomed to this kind of new product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you've been answered, Stability. Unfortunately for the gentleman who was asking about the KESA platform and the challenges, maybe we will find a way of getting those answers from the person. I think she was going somewhere this afternoon. Yes, any another round of questions, please?
Yeah. Yes. Allow me to stand up. I'm used to talking when being a teacher for a long time. I'm used to standing when talking. I'm not asking a question, but I think I'm going to make a general comment, particularly from the presentation of my brother here and also Wetland, who made elaborate findings from the Ugandan side. I want to start maybe by making the disclaimer. You know, when you made that there are some countries where they make good policies, but implementation is the problem. I got, of course, concerned about myself and my country, because that is the stereotype we have. These policies are made there, but they're implemented somewhere else. And indeed, it is true, in my country, the cocktail of policies and strategies. And sometimes, unfortunately, they are not put into practice or action. But at the same time also, I want to say that with my colleague here, I've been involved in the development of some of these policies for a very long time. And I know some of them actually put into action. But this is one of our bad cultures. We have these policies, some of them implemented, but we don't report about them. There's a lot that goes on in the government cycles about research activities, but these are not documented. So as a result, if you are interested to find this over the internet, you get a problem. The other one is the issue of the coordination. You find everybody is trying to do something, and they are not coordinated, but they're trying to do the same thing. That has also been one of our biggest challenges of trying to coordinate these STI-based activities. I'm very proud, starting from by the way, with the ATPS, we did not have a Ministry of Science and Technology. When he came and they started pushing this, we actually put efforts until we got a Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations. We have it. But unfortunately, now this is he made another good statement that the issues of maybe corruption and so on come into play. But I would say it's normally personal interests that overtake the national interests. If personal interests overtake a national interest, then you find the actors who are leading those interests failed to coordinate that this is driving us somewhere. In most cases, the challenge is the vision bearers who start this are not there. Somebody comes to pick it and gets a personal interest, and at the end of the day, that whole process is lost. Okay? And this is part of a bigger challenge when you're coming to policies. We have the policies. Now, when you might implement them, if the person who had the vision bearing for that misses somewhere on the way, you find the whole process is lost. So a lot of resources are put either from the donors or from the government. But once these resources go there, this resource just ends in the middle. And it does not actually end to the bigger picture, which is supposed to be for now, for the youth, for the women, and for the future. So that is one of the biggest things I've seen in my experience of actually working with ATPS and also trying to see that we develop policies. But I want to thank my ED here. At one time I've actually been an actor in this policies and actually putting them into practice. I had made a statement that I will not document and actually publish things, but instead I will do. And I'm actually happy to state here that part of our efforts, particularly in the area of implementing policies in Uganda, is taking stage. One thing he mentioned was Bubu. Bubu in Uganda is taking a very good center stage. It actually started with me, in particular, where government actually applied the first Bubu on a project that we are supposed to digitize. Build Uganda, buy Uganda. Okay? He mentioned about it. This is where you look at the local innovators first before you think outside. So these are some of the things. If we want really to grow the STI, what is the local capacity? In most cases, we ignore the local capacity. That has the local domain understanding. And if we're to employ youth, we need to tap into the local capacity. So these are some of the things I see in terms of policy implementation. And it has worked actually very, very well in Uganda. There are a number of things. The only that you find there's no record about them, but they do exist. You need to dig so much in order to get to find where they are, which is very unfortunate. As scientists, we need to make sure that these things come into the open, and maybe as a national coordinator, maybe that's why sometimes also I make a mistake, sort of had a lot of this input into that. But thank you very much. This has been very good, and I appreciate your input into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. And just to comment about that, yes, you know, if it is not documented, it never happened. So it is important that we find ways of documenting everything we do, because as one of the recommendations I think I made was that we need to learn from what happened in the previous implementation of a particular project, and we use that to build up in future policy making. Yes, Professor.
Yeah, let me stand like my fellow prof. Thank you again for those who have made comments. Mine is and asked questions. Mine is just to add to what the head of research strengthening systems at MasterCard Foundation has said, Ibrahim Rwanda, and that is with respect to the kind of STI policy that we have that drive innovation in different countries, and the need for us to ensure inclusive voices, especially that of the youth and women. And I will start with Kenya. In 2013, we recall we had an STI Act that established NACOSTI, Kenya, and NRF. And after that, even prior to that, we were already working to develop the STI policy for Kenya. UNESCO had invited us at the ATPS to review the draft then in 2013 during the reign of President Kibaki. And the draft STI policy, I'm just trying to re-emphasize and reinforce the need for inclusive policies. When the draft policy was sent to me and I reviewed it, it was a 34-page document. The word women and gender were mentioned 4 times. And they were mentioned as examples of stakeholders, not necessarily something that is determined to be like a key stakeholder and that should be taken into consideration. So we raised the red flag, and UNESCO requested us to mainstream gender into the STI policy. So we did almost a 1-year convening. It is not that we cannot just copy and paste, but we involved stakeholders. We did convenings, we had meetings with relevant stakeholders on how we can mainstream gender into the STI policy. And in the final analysis, we developed a policy brief that won the best policy brief in Africa for more than 6 years consecutively, because that particular policy brief was adopted hook, line, and sinker into the draft policy, which, as we are hearing, policy making, of course, is hard to attribute to a particular source because it is an iterative process. Up to now, that policy has not been gazetted since 2010. It's over 12 years since we started working on it. We have an act. They shielded under the act, the STI Act, but the policy has been passing through series of revisions. And what I want to assure us is that the kind of work we do is, like now, we have identified some gaps in some countries' policies, STI policies.
And that is the way we work. When we identify it, we raise the red flag. And we can begin to discuss with the country's government on how we can correct it. That's why I used the Kenya example. And it was corrected. And we have affirmative action in Kenya of 1/3 gender participation in almost everything that is done. Somebody, I think it was the ES of Rwanda, because I wanted to flag it for him as well, based on experience. When he was presenting, he said that they used to allocate a particular percentage of their grants to women-led PIs. So when such statements are made, everybody will clap. But for some of us who see beyond such statements and who have seen a lot, we take it with a pinch of salt. Why am I saying this? In Kenya as well, we've seen where the NRF has allocated a women-led percentage for PI, for projects. They say, okay, we are giving 100 projects to research consortia, and out of these 100, 30 will be women-led. So, as an insider, guess what we found out? We found out that in that 30 that we are allocated or reserved, the way the ES comfortably said it, for women, more than 15 were like the hands of Esau by the voice of Jacob. I don't know how many of you read Bible. The hands of Esau, who was hairy, by the voice of Jacob. What do I mean? The same men gather. Men gather, cook up a proposal, look at Esperance as a woman, call Esperance and say, please come, we have something we are cooking. We just need your name as a PI. Esperance comes and says, what is it? She looks at it. Sometimes she has the capacity, sometimes she doesn't, but her name appears as PI of that project. They submit it because it is woman-led. Experience gets it. Now, when they download the funds, and the Experience wants to say, okay, so how do we, they say, you know, you don't know what we wrote here. We are the ones that wrote it. So this is how we will implement it. So she will just be a yes member. This is tokenism. So she's just there as a figurehead, but actually she is not, the initiative is not coming from the woman-led. So I just wanted to flag it to your ears so that you also watch for such situations. Then finally, based on what the head of research system strengthening said, yes, one other key thing that came out from this research is that, and which is now leading us to thinking about the next level, is about the power of the informal sector. Let me take TextFAD as an example. You can see TextFAD is a technological innovation that led to products and service. So from research, from a graduate, from pure research and development. But you can see during his presentation that at a point he had to liaise and work with an informal fabricator to do one or two things. So you find out that whereas he is the technological expert, there may be need to carry along some people who may not really have developed their innovations from R&D, but from, do I call it natural brain, natural skill, their expertise, Chuakali, their talents, their father and grandfather maybe was a blacksmith and who did not go to school, but they know how to make irons, smelt, and so on. So he has carried along with that. So at a time, even though he's a graduate, even though he has passed through science to know how to get these fibers, he knows the chemicals to use. He doesn't know the machines, how he can. So he approached someone who is an informal, in the informal sector, who now helped to scale, to develop his business further. So, from this research, we have found out that a combination, a partnership, a linkage between the informal sector and the formal sector could do the magic in scaling, because we are looking at scaled use that can lead to commercialization, that can lead to development, scaling of the businesses, that will create more jobs, that will develop other entrepreneurship, especially the value chain, along the value chains. Very soon, from the banana, I didn't hear about, we had supported another innovator in Uganda from Chambogo University on the same value chain. You know George from Chambogo University. In that initiative, we gave him $2 million. Today, he is exporting free Vasima, matoke. Matoke, that's the banana sealed, a vacuum sealed banana, and he is exporting to Canada, US, UK. He's a millionaire. He has developed other value products, including the green peels from the banana, which he's using to develop biogas, and so many things coming out from banana. So very soon, banana will be the next gold, and is already becoming, especially in Uganda, where they have the raw material. The good thing is the raw materials are there, because you can't stop people from eating and producing banana. So it is a very important finding for us, which we want to leverage on to see how we do the connection to scale the innovations that we have been able to map out, because we concentrated on technological innovations coming out from research and development, R&D, so from research, but now we have seen the value of the informal sector. When they are added to this, it's gonna do some great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those remarks. I think we will end there for now, because we still have a session that will allow us to interrogate some of these things, and that will be an opportunity also to ask more questions and even make comments that can help us forge forward. So I would like to introduce the next session, which is a panel discussion. And this discussion, we have selected very prominent people who are involved in this ecosystem. And I want to introduce Dr. Esperance Mungani. I said I have a problem with names from, I apologize. Yeah?
Go to Rwanda school.
Yes, I think I should. I apologize in advance if I miss. I will ignore them from now onwards because I might say something that is very, very bad. So the head of department, National Research and Innovation Fund, which is based at the National Council of Science and Technology. Please welcome to the stage. And then from Rwanda again, we have Mr. Alex Musa Birema, who is a young researcher and upcoming entrepreneur. Welcome. Then followed by, Ms. Samantha will not be there. So let me invite the Director of Research and Development, State Department for University Education and Research, Ministry of Education, Kenya, Dr. Roselida Owor. Welcome to the stage, please. I think those are the people we have for now. We had one person, Miss Samantha, but she had an appointment this afternoon. This session was slotted to be earlier, but unfortunately we missed that window. So maybe we'll make do with these three. And any other person? MasterCard Foundation, what did we agree? You okay? We are listening. You're listening. So we can direct some questions to you if necessary. We are explaining the problem to you. So. Okay. Thank you very much. So welcome our dear panelists. I want to sit there. They will mistake me as a panelist. I will stand here if you do not. Please take one microphone there. Oh, okay. Yeah, there. Thank you and welcome to this session. Please, just you. Okay. They have insisted that I sit here. You know, I'm not a journalist. I'm just pretending to be one. But I will take the challenge. So welcome to this important session. So in front of us here we have government representatives or government officials working in the area of STI, and we have a youth representative who can give us some insights on how we can work with the government and other stakeholders, including development partners, to develop solutions and come up with the ventures, profitable, sustainable ventures that can lead to increased youth employment. So we are looking at creation of employment, development of skills that can be used and can be tapped in the labor market that we have at the moment. So let me start with the government officials. I would like just to get Dr. Esperance. I would like to know how your institution, in your position, what kind of things do you do that you think are contributing to youth employment and generation of innovations, of course, skills development, and whether you think you are doing enough. If not, what are the other things that you think need to be done, and what kind of support you would require? Please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share the insights and the experiences on how should we ensure that entrepreneurship is strengthened and is promoted, looking at the side of the government, not only for Rwanda, but mainly in Africa, because I know that nations in Africa has that ambitions, those ambitions to ensure that innovations is leading in our countries. What I can start put in highlight is that the government needs to put in place policies that support innovations. Since morning, we have been discussing about policies, strategies, and one colleague emphasized how policies are in place, but when it comes to implementations, it's an issue and it is a challenge. So how can we ensure that the policies that are in place are implemented. Having said that, I may say that entrepreneurship is a driving force for economic growth, job creation, and innovation. So we should take consideration of these areas and ensure that what we do, we have to support entrepreneurs in terms of capacity building, in terms of financing, because I know that there is a challenges when it comes to access finance and capitals for these entrepreneurs in our countries. So in our case, for Rwanda, what we have done so far, at our institution, we have established a grant instrument that supports innovators, and we focus on youth, mainly, and women. So far, we have supported 36 youth, and we are having a scheme that is focusing on women entrepreneurship, and we have supported 5 women, and are now implementing their projects. So far, we expect that they come up with innovations and startups that can be commercialized. Second, I wanted to talk about the culture of entrepreneurship. We are having issues where our youth do not have that culture of entrepreneurship, and what do we need to do as governments? I think we need to, a part of putting those instruments to finance them, we need also to create environment for business to strive, because sometimes you may find an entrepreneur, he has innovation, he has a startup, it is on the market, but sustainability is an issue. So how can we create an enabling environment that can ensure that businesses for entrepreneurs are thriving? Also, I need to emphasize on public-private partnership. We need to see governments, investors, and stakeholders working together. There is these gaps, my colleagues have been mentioning it, of collaborations. You can see private sector with government, there is gaps, investors, so we need to see collaboration between those entities being improved to ensure that when it comes to financing, everyone is concerned. I want to highlight that when we look at the era we are now in, the fourth industrial revolution, it presents a number of implications for both the public and private sector because it's an important feature for business sustainability. When we look at AI, Professor Ozoro was mentioning artificial intelligence, so it's now a good opportunity. We are having emerging technologies, we are having Internet of Things, so youth should benefit from these emerging technologies and use this fourth industrial revolution to ensure that their businesses are improved and are sustained. Then I will end up with fostering partnership between educational institutions and the private sector. We know that knowledge, creativity, and problem-solving skills are necessary. So how should we ensure that our youth are accessing to these knowledges and skills? We know that education is key. How are our programs? How are our curriculum? So we need to ensure that in our curriculum we integrate these entrepreneurship programs and we ensure that the innovations are also being created from universities and they need also to collaborate with private sector. So I can stop here.
Thank you, Esperance. I think I'll come back to you when it comes to issue of gender and how women can be supported to become serious entrepreneurs later, just to cover up for Samantha. I will also ask the same question to Dr. Rosalida. So, Dr. Rosalida, in the same vein, I would want to hear about your experience. You know, being in the education sector for a long time, probably you have seen what needs to be done, what has not been done. So what is your experience in ensuring that we create opportunities for the youth, especially in Kenya, as a case study? And what are the gaps, and what do you think needs to be done to address that? Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. And I will talk from the government perspective. Yeah. All right, I've been told to speak closer. Okay, fine. I will talk from the government perspective. What is it that has been done, and the gaps that are there, and what is it that we need to do as far as the application of ST&I in developing skills and fostering youth employment and entrepreneurship is concerned. First and foremost, let me look at it from the Kenya government that the executive secretary has been so harsh on in terms of us having policies and not being able to implement it. From the side of the government, to support the employability of the youth in addition to entrepreneurship, the government actually formulate policies, and these policies actually they are in place. I'll look at Kenya. I will discuss biasness from Kenya, where we have government having had policies in place that are able to support this particular matter that we are discussing today. The draft ST&I, though it has not been approved by the government of Kenya, it's being implemented to the fullest. Reviews have gone on as far as we have had here, but because of that particular ST&I draft policy, that is where we had the institutional framework that we've had in this room today, having established NACOSTI, which was previously NCST, and under the ST&I, under the Science and Technology Act, and which was peeled when we had ST&I Act 2013. And then we also have government taking specific function in terms of addressing the issues of intellectual property rights. Actually, there is a framework where we have IP offices in most of the universities and also the research institutions, so that whatever we have as a country in terms of the coming up with new innovations, addressing the issues of the patents, the trademarks, there are offices, some universities already with offices who are handling the issues of IPRs. And at the same time also, we have the legal framework in place. When you look at the ST&I Act 2013, it talks so much to the issues of the innovation, where Kenya National Innovation Agency is tasked with the mandate of ensuring or promoting the Kenya National Innovation Systems. And in doing that, they normally scout for the innovations from the youth in the market, and also they also do the competitions where the youths are given a forum where they compete. And anytime we have the conferences and workshops, you find that these innovators are brought on board so that they can be able to showcase. And in doing this, this is a way by which they are linked up with the industries and also the societies for the purposes of commercialization. And then we also have the training where we have the capacity buildings. Currently, the students who have done so well in Kenya who are supposed to go to the universities, they have opted to take the TVET subjects because they know those are hands-on, and immediately they are done, then they will be able to get job opportunities. And also there is this promotion of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, with the new curriculum that the government has now, the competence-based curriculum, where when you reach the grade 9, you can opt either to go to the universities, or you join the market directly because of the skills that are being obtained from there. Then there's issue of funding, where there is infrastructure support and also funding of the innovations and also the research. I've talked about the linkages and partnerships where the opportunities are given to our youths to be able to meet the industries and any other, those who are able to take up the particular innovations that have come on board. And also the issue of mentorship is also there, where we have iHub, and also at Jomo Kenyatta University, we also have a Chandaria Innovation Center where the youths are encouraged to be able to be mentored. The gaps that are there, I would say that we have the gaps all known to us. We still need to do much as skills, attaining skills is concerned, because as much as the skills are there, it is not up to the expectation to be able to feed into the market. And because of that, the Directorate of Research, Science and Technology has been tasked to do the skills audit, where they are supposed to go to the universities vis-a-vis what you have in the industries and establish whether the skills that are being acquired is what the market expects to have. Then what also is lacking is that we have the issues of the IPR in terms of openness to the innovations. We've just heard about the banana innovation. How free is he to be able to discuss with the public what needs to be patented? So if he does discuss, there are value additions for that, and he decides to keep it to himself, then it shall never be able to be realized as per the expectation. So there is need to strengthen the PPP, that is public-private partnerships, and also to strengthen IPR regimes, in addition to improving on the accessibility of funds. We've mentioned the issues of funds that are available from the government, but how accessible are they? And to those who access it, do we have the framework on how to recover when they are taken as loans? I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosalina. I think there's just one thing I need to ask the two government representatives. There's little mention in terms of the informal sector and how it engages in all those policies, and how are they represented? Are they part of the process of policy making? Are they represented? What is their role? We can see from our study that the informal sector plays a very huge role in creation of jobs. And before I get your answers, maybe I'd like to engage the youth representative, Alex. Now, as a young researcher and who intends to come up with a venture or a business, I just want to hear from your experience what kind of challenges you face, and whether you're getting enough support from the government, and how you are engaging with other actors in the ecosystem. So probably you can just highlight the process of being a researcher, a young researcher, the challenges you face, and how you would want to be supported from the government, from the private sector, from the civil society, and even the media to report your work. That is very important. So please.
Thank you, Alfred. I would suggest everyone will take a note about the challenges of youth, because we are the generation of the future. It's a good question to know about our challenges as researchers graduate from the universities. One of the challenges that the youth needs the inclusiveness in an early stage, like in policy making. Most of the time, people are making policies, so but they forget to include the youth, though we are the beneficiaries. And the French says, rien sans moi, or in English, without me, there's nothing. means that as long as you include youth in the policy making, you understand their challenges, you know what you can do for them, and then that policy will be effective. That's the first need. The second one, we go to the university, we get the scientific knowledge and the other skills, but when we go to market, it's a different world where we need entrepreneurship skills. That was my first challenge when I graduated from the university. I had only the idea of what I can do as a researcher, but I didn't know what I can do as a way forward. And I sent my idea to NCST, and as the NCST received my idea of cricket farming to reduce malnutrition in infants and pregnant women, they said this idea is very fantastic and solves the issue of malnutrition in Rwanda. They selected my idea as a potential idea to be supported. Though I had any other idea or any other thing like it than that idea. So I got a grant that took me to the incubation, a good incubation that completed all the needs that I had. In that grant, I got an incubation at Lipa Labs. So they trained us. First of all, they helped me to understand my idea, to formulate it as a business project. I had an idea, but not written, not formulated, but through the incubation, I got the idea just transformed into a business project. And from that period, we managed to develop that idea into a prototype. We designed how the cricket farm should be, and we developed a prototype with all the climatic conditions, and we come up with a prototype, a tested result as a cricket flag that we can have and show everyone that it was an idea. Now I have a product that I can present to a person and see that it's no longer a dream, it's a real thing. Because youth, we needed to come from dreams to the reality. And from that prototype, I needed to go into a scale-up, conduct a further research and scale up towards the market. As long as I get this incubation, I kept the heart. With the support of NCST, I got another grant for research scale-up and commercialization. Now we are building a cricket farm that will have dual purpose. One is increase the production of cricket for continuing the research, another for the market purpose. So the challenge that I didn't have some mentorship has been covered through NCST, through incubation, through this grant. As long as you provide a grant to youth, it's good that you be close to them and then you help them to use the grant. The other challenge which I would like to say, today we have scientists, a good example of our, let's say, parents or elders. We need writing history or writing stories of senior scientists, where you can find the references, where you can learn from their journey from scratch to the reality, from dream to something that is on market. So we need some writing stories or experimental experience to learn from them. The other thing we need as a challenge is, let me say, intellectual inheritance. You know, in the other word, let me say the global north. When we have a family that is working on this product, they do their best for that they can inherit their children to do the same as their fathers did. So in Africa, we need to learn from them, and as we are scientists, we can inherit what we achieved to our youth for that we can sustain what we started. So I think I just said about the challenges, but also the way forward that we can do to assure they are lifted.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much. I just want to ask whether these pregnant women eating these crickets.
Yeah, it's a nice question. Normally, they are eating this cricket. And why? Pregnant women, they always need iron, because iron is a good source for blood, for the hemoglobin to be made. And they need this iron during the pregnancy and even in the postpartum period. So when they are taking this cricket, they are getting enough iron, which is natural.
So they are eating, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, for those highlights. Can see you're talking about mentorship, you're talking about access to grants, you're talking about is this available to everyone, including people who are not in the university? Can anyone who has an idea apply in NCST to get the grant, or is it just open to anyone? That's my question. Maybe this can be answered by Access perhaps.
Thank you very much. Basically, our grants are competitive. I want to mention that. And it is open for all. So for government, for private, for NGOs, so for youth, for women, for academicians, for researchers. So whoever has a good idea can apply, and it is done through the system. We have research and innovation grant management system. So everyone who has a good idea, well written, can submit the application, and it is assessed because we need to have these good ideas. It is assessed by administrative level, at administrative level, then it goes to technical expertise. Then when you pass through all those levels, you can be awarded the grant. So everyone's.
Yeah, so just wanted to also ask whether, you receive many applications, you read through ideas, many ideas. People, of course, write their best ideas in order to access a grant. How secure is this? Do you get to expose these, or do you just keep them to yourselves? Just a simple question.
I have my colleague here who is in charge of awareness, so.
Okay, we'll get to him to hear from him.
Because we have to ensure that when the call is out, we ensure that the awareness is done to ensure everyone gets the information. Yeah.
So before I open up to the audience to ask questions, I just have one more. There's a question I'm asking about the participation of the informal sector and how they are incorporated in the policies. How do they participate? Maybe we should start with you, Dr. Rosalinda.
Thank you, Alfred. Looking at the formulation of policies in government, the procedure is quite clear because it starts with the identification of the gap. Then once the gap is identified, then the idea is sold to the heads of the directorate, let's say like myself, and thereafter I share that idea with my principal secretary. Then the drafting begins. Once the drafting has been done, then you have to do public participation. So the informal sector come on board during the public participation. Like it was mentioned earlier, our long-term draft ST&I is supposed to go to public participation sometime next week, but one. And this is an opportunity where all the ministries, departments, and also the agencies, the research institutions, the private sectors, the civil societies are invited and the policy shared with them so that they can have their inputs. So the informal sector comes on board during public participation. And also the government of Kenya has actually recognized the role played by the informal sector in economic development, and hence has done expansion of the informal sector. And through this, there is a fund that has been created even for the youths to be able to apply so that they can enhance their innovations and also improve on their entrepreneur. So that is what I can be able to say. So the policy formulation is inclusive. No one is left behind. Thank you.
Esperance, you want to say something about that also? Before we open it to the audience? So involvement of the informal sector in policy, if you can, or if there is anyone else here from Rwanda who knows about how the government is working with the informal sector in policy development as well as implementation. We can get to hear from you. So otherwise, who is ready to ask? Our esteemed panelists are here waiting to get your questions from the audience. Yes, Professor again. So please pass the mic to them.
Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for those insights you've given. My question is to the NRF director in Rwanda. When we talk about applications you receive, there was a question that the moderator had asked you, and the answer wasn't so definite for me in terms of when you are issuing the call, do you, under eligibility, do you peg it that someone must be a graduate, for instance? Or are you looking purely at the innovation? Because I'm sure you have eligibility. We can pull maybe your last call, and we wanted to know, do you place that caveat that somebody must be a graduate to apply, or it can be based on ideas alone? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Our panelists, I also want to add my voice to thank you for really giving us very good insights on the topics of discussion. I have double question going to the ladies, then one for the youth. To the ladies, I know, I'm happy that actually from the submissions today, that when you bring the women on board, you really see growth economically, because that's where the foundation is. But I think we are now beginning to see very soon a challenge where also when we are talking about gender mainstreaming, we're only looking at the girl child. And in the nearest future, we might also begin to have affirmative action for the boy child. So I don't know how you are looking at that, because the basic research, particularly in my country, even in the university, we're beginning to see the number of girls being more than the number of boys, particularly in the area of STEM, because STEM is a foundation for us to breed the science and technology. And so how are you looking at that? Because this is now, but the future might be very bleak. As we bring the women on board, I don't know how, we feel we should be able to balance the boat as far as that is concerned. For the youth who is an entrepreneur, it's good, you are trying to do something good, but we also have a challenge with the youth. You see, the youth today particularly are interested to have everything instantly. And yet, for us to be innovative and for you to actually go entrepreneurial, there's always a need for you to have that culture of innovation, which takes a bit of time. So as a youth, how can we build that culture of innovation, which requires a bit of patience sometimes? For example, what we are doing, I'm sure you didn't do it instantly. But our today's youth want everything there and then. But for you to have innovations, you need a process. So how do you think we can handle that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My first question goes to Esperanza about the allocation of resources. Now, in Africa, most of the governments do not have enough resource, so the amount which they allocate for research or innovation purpose is very small. If I give you the experience of Ethiopia, there was a Science and Technology Commission for this one. So the government allocates a certain amount of money, and each year the commission was giving that money to 40 different researchers from research institutes, private industry, and university. But the amount that goes to each was very small. So the comment that was coming from different groups was that instead of giving money to a number of people, which is not enough to do something tangible, it would have been better if priorities were set and 2 or 3 were financed so that something good would come out of that. So how are you handling the allocation process in Rwanda? My next question goes to Dr. Roseline about the stage when the stakeholders are involved in the policy-making process. You know, in many countries, a committee or a team will be established from different government organizations, and they draft policies by copying from different countries. And after they go a long way, they gather a small group of stakeholders and take some ideas which they don't incorporate in the policy. Then that policy will be made without taking good input from the different stakeholders which could have contributed to the adoption of an excellent policy. So when is the stage that you involve the stakeholders in Kenya? Is it from the start, or is it when you develop the final draft? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe you can start taking the first 3 questions. Since there were lots of questions for ladies, maybe you can start ladies first, and then the gentleman can answer or give his response last.
Thank you for the good questions from Professor Ozor. How do we set eligibility criteria? Do we consider qualifications and so forth? Actually, what we do, I may say it depends on the call and what do we expect as outcomes. For instance, in our previous calls, I may give an example of academia-industry collaboration grant. We focused on qualifications because we wanted academicians collaborating with industry. In that case, we emphasized on the qualifications because our criteria was to say a candidate should have PhD or master's in areas of STI because our policy has defined the priority areas. I'm also answering the question of previous colleague because we have the priority areas when it comes to funds and to allocate funds. First of all, you have to consider the priority areas which are defined in STI, which has been approved in 2020. We have also the National Research and Innovation Agenda. It also highlights these priority areas and how these can be implemented when it comes to sub areas. So I know the resources are not enough so far because we appreciate what the government has so far done because since 2019, we have allocated 6 billion Rwandan francs. It's almost 6 million USD. And 80% is from the government of Rwanda and 20% is from the partners. We have IDRC, we have Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we have African Center for Technology Studies in Kenya, so they have also supported us to implement some of our grants. So basically, how do we allocate funds? First of all, we look on the priority areas. There are 6. We have food security and modern agriculture, we have health, we have environment and climate change, we have ICT, we have energy, renewable energy and sustainable energy, and we have also the value addition priority area. Also, we look on the type of research. We know there is basic research, there is applied research, there is research and development research. And this data, when we are going to fund, we don't come up in the morning and say we are going to establish this scheme. So it should be evidence-based, and we have to have data when we are going to establish a scheme. These data are collected from the surveys that the National Council for Science and Technology is conducting every year or on 2 years basis. Actually, we conduct R&D surveys to look and to monitor how the expenditures in terms of research are, what are the source of funds, how is the personnel, how are the outputs from research, because whatever we do, we need also to have research outputs that can be commercialized, of course, and have impact on our society. So I think I have responded to the 2 questions. For ozone, of course, like recently we have launched a call and we didn't put a qualification. And this was an experience from Science for Africa Foundation. It is good to partner with, to have partnerships because we learn from each other because the last call, it was on frontier technologies. It was in partnership with SFA in Nairobi. And we discussed, we used to put qualifications, but they say there are those people who have good ideas, but they might not have masters or PhD. Then our last call, we didn't emphasize on qualifications. So we said we should have good idea and excellence in conducting research and innovation. So, but most of the time we receive calls with people who have masters, who have actual qualification will come in whatever we do. But we didn't put in our criteria as an emphasis. Then for gender inclusivity, of course, we don't. Recently in February, you know, there is this Women in Science Day. We used to invite women only from high school, but we are having experience. And recently we invited boys from high school. We said, why are we always bringing on board the women? But then we said, let us also start to involve men. Then they can also hear, how can we empower women? We need also to empower men, these young boys in science, in STEM, not on men, women. But of course, when you look at the probabilities and of women in STEM, they are still low. When you look at the participation in the R&D activities, as our ES was mentioning, we are under 30% in Rwanda, women participation in R&D. That's why we established a scheme specific for women-led projects. And I wanted to clarify for ozone. For us, I think it was not made by men to give to women, because when you look at them, basically, yes, it is true. Most of them, they are those women who are academicians. They are the ones who won the projects. So they are good. You can go and see they are the ones implementing the project. They are the ones reporting. When we go for monitoring and evaluation, because we do monitoring and evaluation, you can see they have that capacity and they are improving in terms of grant management, in terms of managing team, because it's not easy also to manage the team in the project. So I hope there are still things to improve when it comes to ensure women are really involved in R&D activities. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. And there is a question that was asked by Professor Zor on the issue of confidentiality when applications are received for funding. I'll talk from Kenya's perspective, having worked with the National Research Fund previously. To ensure confidentiality, the reviewers who are normally brought on board to be able to review and give merit to the applications that have been received, they normally sign confidentiality form. And this one binds them in the sense that they cannot be able to leak out the ideas even of the projects that have not been funded. Now back to the questions, gender mainstreaming, the girl child. The STEM was brought on board because girls used to have perception that STEM subjects are very difficult. So affirmative action had to be taken for them to realize that it is not as difficult as they think. And it is true, the boy child is now becoming endangered when it comes to the issue of the STEM subjects. And to address this, the government of Kenya, through Executive Order number 2 of 2023, gave a responsibility to the State Department for Higher Education and Research to be able to look at education research. And with this, one of the functions that is supposed to be done by the directorate where I head is to mainstream STEM at all levels of education, meaning that we start from basic all the way to the university, and through this, all the children will be taken care of. That is boys and girls at the same time. At the same time, what we can be able to say regarding the issue of also bringing the boys on board, we have this competition that is sometimes brought on board, and it is open to the boys and also to the children, to boys and also to girls, especially when we have the Science Congress competition where we bring on board both the sexes. And this is also encouraging both girls and boys to be able to participate and create interest in STEM subjects. And at what stage do we involve the external stakeholders? When we are formulating policies, before we go to the external stakeholders, the internal stakeholders have to buy the idea, and therefore all the departments, that is all the departments and sagas within the ministry have to participate in terms of giving their contribution into the policy. Then thereafter, we go to R&D sector, where everybody who has something to do with science, technology, and innovation is brought on board so that they can be able also to beef up this particular policy, and hence the word I used, inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for the good question about what could be done to sustain innovation culture in youth. It's a really good question. The first thing we can do is creating models for them, to create some model youth that can pass through the whole process until they get to success is one of the things that can convince youth to ensure that if they are in innovation, at a certain time, they will also reach the same point. The second point is that we should promote the contribution of youth in economic development through innovation, because we are creating solutions. We are solving the issues of malnutrition through nutrition. We are creating AI tools and the services that contribute to the growth of economy of the nation. We should promote the works of youth to ensure that other youth are following or are willing to do the same. For example, in Rwanda, we have a TV show called Inspire Me on the television of Rwanda, where young are learning from other innovators of what they did. So it's a good, it's a good example or initiative that helps people to understand that youth can change the nurture, can change the society through the innovation and the other alternatives. Another thing I would do is increasing the engagement of youth in all stages. I've been talking about inviting us in a policy making, which I really appreciate and thank for the planners, organizers of this event. If I was not invited, you wouldn't understand what are the challenges that we are facing. Though as a solution, you have seen that this is important and really will help other youth and will help to make efficient policies that can solve the issues. The other thing is that I think there is a need to include this innovation and entrepreneurship skills into the school curriculum. This is because many people, many they graduate, but they don't have these skills. Though the researchers, the lecturers, they are the one who could provide these skills which are needed on the market. So this should be also something to think when preparing for the policy, education policy, where people can include some skills that are working on market for that youth get inspired. The other thing is that we should increase the capacity of incubators. I've been saying about Reaper Labs. They trained us as 50 in our cohort, 50 graduates. And from the idea, all of them, they achieved it to a business project. Even though one doesn't get the fund, but he has this idea turned into a business project. He can implement it even without a grant, as long as he understands the business side, he understands the feasibility of how we can do it. So capacity building of incubators also is a good solution that can enable youth. And most of the incubators, they are youth. So having a youth training another youth, it becomes easy. It becomes like a normal life. It becomes like it's a generation gathering for the future. So we understand that this should be another thing that should be considered. And sharing the opportunities to youth is a key. And parents should tell the youth that the future belongs to them, and starting from now will be the right time to ensure we get a good future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our panelists, I think we just want to address one question that was asked, and then we conclude this session. I want to hear from Louis on the issue of, okay, let him speak about it.
Yeah, thanks, Alfred. I think he asked one question about experience when it comes to policy development in Rwanda. Was it how is informal group is involved? And one approach, again, I will come, depending on type of policy or sector policy. The process may be different, but in general, the process of developing policy in Rwanda, before its approval, you need to show how all key stakeholders, beneficiaries, and those who can have impact on have been involved. So it's like this rationale should be there, and the evidence should be there before its approval at the cabinet level. Because if, let's take an example as policy related to research and innovation. So you have to show that gaps or challenges come from researcher or innovator. And then you want to address these challenges from research. This can be made through stakeholder engagement like this one, where they recommend that a policy need to be developed. So while you're starting to develop, you need to show that how you have involved them. And this is done at institutional level. After, you need to validate while all stakeholders are there. Thereafter, you have another level of government level, which comes, for instance, the permanent secretaries from different sector, minister level, and then cabinet. So this process needs to ensure that this policy addresses actually a key challenge which comes from the community. So if another example may be a policy which may affect the community, normally issue can go to the parliament, then they have open discussion. Everyone can come on the radio, tweet, and so on. So everyone can be involved while developing this. Otherwise, if you develop your own, the high level people, they can't actually approve this policy. You have to show this rationale and the evidence that everyone has been involved.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unless there is any burning question from the audience. If not, no, I think I want to restrict this. There is not much time. So I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the esteemed panelists. Please, let us appreciate our panelists. So with that, I think I will end this session and allow Louis to take over the next session. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alfred. I think the next session will be short as we can, since we are going to the end of our workshop. So it's, I think everyone has this paper of the agenda. We are going to break out sessions into 2 groups. So how we're gonna do it? Group 1, we try to answer question 1 and question 2. That is, group 1, we address how do the STI policy and institution support youth development, entrepreneurship, and job creation. The second question for group 1 will be, how can the youth effectively enhance the opportunity offered by STI to improve their skills, create job, and become entrepreneur? While group 2, we just consider question number 3 and question number 4. What are the major challenges and opportunity for youth engagement and development in STI? How can government and development partners sustain youth employability, entrepreneurship, and job creation? So from our discussion in the group, you just need to paint out some of maybe some key points you think they can contribute on this question, and then you select one of your team for just summary about the group outcome. So I would like maybe to know how this group will be forming. Just let us stand up all. Stand up all of us, even they are behind. Stand up. So I will start maybe by Professor, you are?
1, 2, 1.
Do you have? 1, 2? Uh-huh. Where are you? 2?
1, 2, 1.
Okay.
1, 2, okay.
So
you
are what? Huh? 1.
So you should be
2.
1.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Behind there.
1.
Okay, great. So group 1, I think we can just arrange here. Group 1, please come here. Then group 2, this table. So you have the paper there. Group 1, question 1.
How much do we have? 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes per group. And then presentation 5. This session we have 30 minutes maximum. Please keep in time. So those number ones.
One here.
Wait. One. Please come here. So you choose rapporteur, chairman, rapporteur, then that means we stop. Now I can't to count, okay? We stop at 4:40 Kigali time.
Okay.
Yes. Then, great. So group 1, I repeat again, group 1, question 1 and 2. Group 2, question 3 and 4. Just elaborate what you think to address this question. So, great. Okay, 2 minutes. Yes, some of you are complaining, we add 5 minutes. That's maximum, okay? 5 minutes added. That's maximum. Okay, 30 seconds, stop. Okay, stop. Time. Okay, great. So now we start by which group? Group 1. Okay. So you have 5 minutes only, maximum. Okay, just come. So we can follow up their discussion, and then they try to address those 2 questions, and then we can answer. We can ask questions to the whole group, though he's here representing the group.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Kayumba Theogene. I'm the rapporteur of Group 1. The first question was, how do the STI policy and institutions support youth development and job creation? So we looked at it that on the side of policy, we must ensure that policies developed have youth voices, making sure that the interests of youth have been considered. Second, the policy must have the youth entrepreneurship as one key element during the formulation. The third, the public, the industry academia collaboration should be at the core of STI policy in terms of enticing the private sector to take part, but also in a way subsidizing innovation cost. Then in regards to the institution role in youth development and job creation, institutions should put in place programs targeting the youth. They should also put in place funding mechanisms in support of the youth-led projects, from idea to product and commercialization. That's all for the question 1. Then question 2, how can the youth effectively harness the opportunities offered by STI to improve their skills, create jobs, and become entrepreneurial? One, there must be a change in mindset. Youth have to trust the process, be patient, and go through all the entire innovation value chain. The youth should be ready to interact and learn from the experts in the field. Third, we need to extend entrepreneurship practical education that would help to refine their ideas and their projects. And lastly, youth are encouraged to join incubation services where available. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So any question or any comments from Group 1 presentation? Or someone can add? Yes. So we still have 2 minutes for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to add a few, we mentioned that to support the whole innovation value chain, we could even start this area from capacity building for young innovators right from high school, when they can be able to have the practical education of entrepreneurship, so that it can be easier when they reach in tertiary institutions where they have practical, the real life applications. It's not going to take them that much time to go through the trainings when they have already gained the technical skills back in high school. So we mentioned you find that people, when they reach, let's say, doing masters, doing PhD, they go back to that entrepreneurship skills trainings, which takes them that much time that is not necessary. It's kind of learning a language when you are already in the tertiary institutions. So we need these practical entrepreneurship skills to be gained earlier, so that it doesn't take these innovators much time to go through all that process when they need really to focus on the innovation part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can you clap for them? Yeah, actually, they set time while he has started already. So let us hear group 2, then we be concluding. Group 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. The group number 2, we were given 2 questions, question number 3 and question number 4. Question number 3 was about the challenges and the opportunities for the youth engagement and the development in STI. For the challenges, we listed outdated technology, needs for technology, and the most of innovation at the informal sector and not recognized. The other one is lack of mentorship. For the opportunities, we identified that the quality of infrastructure for STEAM are available, and also the government are striving to move informal sector to formal sector, and there is existence of the STI policy that enables youth to join the STI. Also, the business support incubators are available in all countries, and the youth can access to this as opportunity. For the 4th question, we say that the government should provide some tenders specific to youth so that they can compete and feel the spirit of being engaged in the development of the economy. The other is investors should include youth percentage in their business so that youth can learn from the business and have the spirit of growing such business. Also, we say that there is a need of promoting youth and stories that helps youth to understand that they need to be part of the growth of the economy. Also, the development partners should set the youth as eligibility to get some opportunities, like a grant, like other opportunities that youth should benefit. Another development partners law is that the access to modern world. We know there is this technology, there's this AI, there is STI. There is a need to involve youth in this modern world so that we can move as long as the world is moving faster. Last but not the least, we have youth that should be represented as a voice in any part of the world or in any part of planning or implementation of the programs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Group 2, anyone to add? Still have 2 minutes. Someone wants to add something? Otherwise, thank you, Alex and your team. We will be summarizing this, then we share after. Possible these input points. You touch about infrastructure, access to grants, mentorship, incubation center, voice, and so on. So we capture this, and then you can share some draft with Alfred and team. So we may just capture it, then probably share with you for further input as one of some of key recommendations from this workshop. Thank you very much for this session. We use 30 minutes to cover this session. Thank you. I think we are ending this workshop. I would like to thank everyone, but before we close, I think Professor Nicholas can just have thank words to all participants. And probably, Ibrahim, you want to say something? Yeah, Beth.
So your closing remarks or no, it's past. This will be right. So he will do a closing remark. No, I'm not doing a closing remark. I cannot close you. I'm
meeting. Ibrahim, you can start. Then he will close.
Yeah. I mean, it is meeting. You know, in the morning when we started, my colleague Ayo mentioned that we work through partners. We have this huge challenge, but at the same time we have an opportunity. If we go back to the history of development partnerships in this continent, they have had a lot of contradictions, and again, what we call development partners in quotes. You hear them saying that we are returning so much money to Africa, nothing is happening. Don't mind that may not be exactly true. That may not be the total picture about all these kind of partnerships. But I think now we have a partner who I said, okay, we are moving to Africa. We are going to locate ourselves in Africa. And we are going to give you Africans the resources to try and change that situation, right? And then we said, okay, since we cannot sit as employees of the foundation and start executing all these programs, we'll work through partners. And for the partners to realize the kind of vision we have, we will co-create the kind of programs that we want to implement, right? So we have been in that process. And I wanted to appreciate ATPS, in this area for taking that kind of challenge. Within the research systems strengthening pillar of the research and learning function of the Master Foundation, we have made a strong argument that one way we change this system is to give more responsibilities to African-led institutions. And we think about African-led institutions in a very radical sense, not because there is a person of an African descent leading that, but a person who is ideologically committed to the vision of the continent. A person whose ideas and vision and aspirations are that this continent also should exist, right? And we try to share that with the partners that we have when we are trying to co-create programs. So we, as Africans, we don't want to implement templates that are designed elsewhere. We don't want to be moving around proudly quoting the World Bank. We want to quote Africans, We want to say how good Africans are, and that's why I was so excited about the products here. Although I was questioning why the hair should not be all black, So that's the kind of approach that we are having. And I think the studies are very clear. Africa is a young continent. Africa has all the resources, and that is a good thing. The fact that by 2050, Africa will be the continent with the youngest population, it's not particularly a bad thing. It's actually an opportunity that we should take advantage of. And one way to do that is to start thinking right now about how we are moving. The people we are calling young people now, in 2030, 2035, they will be very young, not as old as we are. If you are 20 now, you will be around 35, but we will assume that you will be taking a leadership position in whatever country that you are in. You will be leading a university, you will be a member of parliament, and we want you to be there, not carrying bad practices from the past to the future, but we want you to be a very changed young person who is having a very different vision of what the continent should look like. The African Union Vision 2063 has defined it all. the Africa of the world. And that is the Africa that we want every step of the projects that we are doing. That is the kind of Africa that we are achieving. And so we give so much responsibility to our partners, to Nicholas and HPS, and all the other partnerships that we work with. STI is a huge area and has the potential to transform this continent, but only if we fit it. And we share a lot with Nicholas, and we have been arguing about this, and we will continue arguing. But the architecture we have of science and technology in the continent has a colonial origin, and we need to change that and domesticate it and have it as a sovereign project that we fund for the good of the continent. So I'm here to express my satisfaction and happiness that we have partners who are willing to accompany this journey, and we hope that it will be successful. Thank you so much. Now you can close your opinion.
Okay, thanks. Welcome.
Thank you very, very much, our partner, the MasterCard Foundation. Thank you very much, our partner, Afrexim Bank. I don't know, I'm so joyful this evening that you still have the energy to continue to contribute after a very long day. It is not easy. That shows that actually this topic is very topical, and we want Africa to move forward to achieve what we want for the young population. And that is job, decent job, as contained in the SDG. So, mine is not too long. It is just a thank you, very big thank you. And I will start from, I don't know, from just anywhere, in no particular order. I will start from our hosts, the National Council for Science and Technology, because when we approached them, we have had partnerships with them in another project, the Science Granting Council initiative, where we have contributed in supporting 17 countries in Africa to network them, the Science Granting Councils. So the same way we have the National Council of Science and Technology, we have the same council like in Kenya, in Botswana, in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth. And we have been working with them to support them in 5 key functions of the council, including in policy making, because the councils do policy making, in capacity strengthening and capacity building, in quality assurance, in monitoring and evaluation, and finally, in fundraising to support this kind of innovation development that lead to job creation. So I thank the council for hosting us. They also serve as the host for the ATPS in Rwanda. We have signed an MOU to that effect, and so do in other countries. We as ATPS, we usually anchor our national chapter offices within the Science Granting Councils so that we will speak the same language as we do our interventions. So I thank the council. I thank the executive secretary, Dr. Eugene, who is not here present, but I'm sure both Louis and Esperance and the other team members who are here, who have worked behind the scene to make this event a very successful one. I say a very big thank you. To all our stakeholders, let me start with the grantees, those we have given very small seed funds. It is just to test the waters. In other countries, like I said, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Nigeria, they are using guinea corn and soybean as an alternative to bread making, because we know that since the war in Russia and Ukraine, it has affected wheat production, and alternative ways of providing these products called bread have been found. And so this is one of the innovations we supported in Nigeria. In Ghana, they are using overripe banana to produce a lot of confectionaries in place of sugar, instead of adding additives like sugar. So we have tested the waters, and in Kenya, they are doing a bicycle made from bamboo. Though she is not able to make it, she's carrying a young baby to this meeting. So these are kind of innovations we try to see how do we support. And we've tested this, piloted it, it's working. We thank Kimani. Of course, like he said, since 2011, we've been working together, and we are very proud of you for having this value, producing a lot of products and services from your banana value chain. We appreciate the partnership, and we've had your request. We continue to work with our partners in terms of scaling the use, and also because our final impact is how many jobs. We want to be counting how many jobs you create along this process. So our core indicator, KPI, is at every particular time, let us know the number of additional youth that you have employed. So we want to be checking on that and counting that bin. To all our stakeholders who participated in the research, your inputs have been very useful from the government side, from the private sector, from the think tanks, civil society. We appreciate private researchers, universities. We appreciate your inputs, and as you can see, those findings we presented today have been because you responded both through the instruments we used and through the focus group discussions we've had with all of you to get the required information that are useful, even in Ethiopia. So we thank you very much for your inputs. And every other stakeholder, we thank you so much. Special thanks to our partners, the MasterCard Foundation. Like he said, it is co-development, and why we are this successful is because they do not look at us from the donor grantee perspective just like that. They work with us as partners. They review our work. They make inputs and say it would be better like this. And we try to, where we don't agree, we say, no, it is not better like that. And we try to provide technical points and then come up with, we can disagree to agree to make that particular output to be very robust. And that's why I like the MasterCard Foundation's strategy of co-design, co-implementation, even co-sharing of results. So thank you so much. Same with Afrexim Bank. They keep on also monitoring and providing opportunities where we share our results with them and check on best way forward that we can continue to partner. So to our partners, we say thank you, and we will still be like Oliver Twist. We'll still ask for more because you can hear the yearnings of this group. I think in our group, one of the things that came up strongly was where somebody has an innovation and midway he's left in that innovation without further support, he now collapses beyond even where he came from. That is very bad. So we are almost standing, and we wouldn't want to fall back. So we are kindly requesting that you don't allow us to fall, that you continue to provide us with this support. 2030 is still there, and our target is to contribute to that 30 million jobs that you have earmarked. And we want to see ourselves, see our signature in that pathway to impact. that we contributed, even if it is 500,000 or 1 million, out of these 30 million jobs. Finally, to my indefatigable team at the ATPS, ATPS, you may think that we are the whole world, but we are very few at the headquarters, at the secretariat. For those who know us, very few dedicated young men and women who commit to doing the right things. I thank them so much for believing in the leadership and working with me to ensure that we achieve our aims. But our strength, if you want to ask me our secret of success, since 1980, when we were established, our strength lies in the national chapters. Our strongest strength is the 30 countries where we have national offices, where we have the likes of Belete, who is our national coordinator for Ethiopia. Everything happening in the science ecosystem in Ethiopia, he coordinates it for us, and he has been very up and doing in this. Engineer Professor Dr. Konzi, who took over from Professor Joseph Oboa. Oboa was the former national coordinator, but then saw this young, vibrant man and felt that he has the capacity to coordinate the youth. He was the one coordinating the youth arm of the ATPS in Uganda, and because of his effective nature, when Professor Oboa was signing out, he handed over to him, and he has been doing a great job in supporting the ATPS work in Uganda. So there is no project, there's no opportunity that come out from ATPS that he will not grab for his network. Remember, ATPS is a network of researchers, policymakers, civil society, private sector actors. And so in Uganda, he has over 5 of our projects taking place in Uganda, which he is coordinating. The one on artificial intelligence, he has a grantee in Uganda. The one on NDC, nationally determined contributions that we are doing for the Africa Development Bank, he's working on that, and lots of more other projects which he is coordinating for us in Uganda. So we thank the national chapter coordinators in the respective countries where we have presence, because they are our eyes in these countries. That we function effectively is not because of the secretariat. It is because of them at the national levels who provide us with the primary information that is required, who help us to reduce transaction costs. So I must not travel to Swaziland to collect data, because I have maybe over 100 network members in Swaziland who I can just say, look at what I need, and they will get the information from me and send to me. So it reduces transaction costs of traveling to Swaziland or traveling to Zimbabwe or Zambia, in all those countries where we have presence. We have very strong national chapter coordinators who do our work at the country levels. So with these few words, are they few? I want to say, because eventually it is the host that will declare the meeting closed, because this is not, I do not have the capacity. I can only say thank you very much and hand over to the chief host who opened it before, to also close it. He knows how he opened it, so he will know how to close it. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Executive Director, and thanks to everyone. In addition to that, also would like to thank all the technical team. They have been supportive for live streaming, and then our colleagues from NSST and everyone. Thank you. Again, you are welcome. You are welcome to Rwanda, and also we are open also for more partnership. Thank you, and have good evening. But someone is telling me wait. I don't know why.
Okay, thank you. We have what do we call it now? Housekeeping, yes. Sorry. You need to see me one by one. Those who are invited, please, one by one. I will provide for transport. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Be blessed.
Thank you.
Yeah.